Okay, so what we should do, we'll have Nathaniel up front, and if you all don't mind, we'll move the mat so you can do your asana practice, and then you get to come back when Nathaniel's done. So, sorry it's a little movie today, but
Got a little hip movement going on. It's good for you.
yeah, we can make do.
So should I just move my mat up front?
Yeah, you can bring your mat up here. Or there's this one if you don't want to use yours.
No, I'll bring mine up, that's fine. Just blocks.
I mean, you can probably leave most of your stuff. I don't know. I don't want to be in Nathaniel's way though.
Yeah.
Move, yeah, you gotta move the mat too.
No, you're fine, you're fine. Matthew's soul as long as possible. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. No, it's over.
Yeah. So Lucy, I'm gonna go have a little lunch.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna watch.
Okay.
All right, enjoy, baby.
I won't be here because I'm gonna go have lunch.
Oh, okay,
So,
yeah,
I'll-
that's fine.
Anybody else need blocks?
Oh, yeah, that's
What
totally
is
fine.
blocks?
I don't need that much. We're good.
Nathaniel, you can just, oh, thank you.
So everyone has blocks, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So,
Hi, Nathaniel.
Andy, you'll have 2 blocks. Hello. Or 2 mats. Just, before I do this. All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Just so I don't know if anyone's keeping track of the time, Lucy. I don't know. if
Yeah,
you're-
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me start the timer. All right, you can go now.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So we're going to start standing. We're going to do some sun salutations just to start off. So just start in Tadasana, front of your mat, standing nice and tall. We'll inhale, raise our hands overhead, high into the sky. Exhale, swan dive forward. Place your hands on the mat or wherever's comfortable, standing forward fold. And we'll step our left foot back into a lunge. At the same time, when you have your footing, lift your hands, place them onto your hips. And then inhale, raise your hands up, we'll go to a crescent lunge. Big deep breath. Exhale, bring your hands back down. And then in the same motion, we'll step back into an downward facing dog. You can just pedal out your legs, opening up the hamstrings, the backs of the legs. Making sure your breaths are even and natural. On your next exhale, you can come down into a prone position, placing your whole front body on the mat. And then inhale and come up into cobra pose. Just stay there for a moment. Exhale, come back down. And then lift yourself back up into downward facing dog. You can pedal out again if you feel like it. We'll just stay there for a breath or two. And then we're going to step that right leg back forward into a lunge. And then lifting the hands, placing them over the hips once again. And then raising them into the sky. Deep breath in, deep breath out, bring your hands back down. And then step that back leg forward. Come halfway up. Exhale back down. You can deepen your fold a little bit if you'd like. And then place your hands on the hips, elbows back, and just hinge back into a standing position. Raise your hands overhead. Exhale, hands into Anjali Mudra, your heart. And we'll do the other side. So raise your hands overhead. Exhale, swan dive forward. This time we're going to put our right leg back, coming into a lunge once again. And then inhale, place the hands on the hips, and then raise them into the sky. Deep breaths. Exhale, come back down. Once you're there, step that other leg back and then come to downward dog. And from here, we'll just come right down this time into a prone position. You can converge into plank and then come down. And then inhale into cobra, raising your chest. And then come down. And then back into downward dog. And we can just stay here for a moment. You can pedal out your legs if you like once again. If that feels right for you. And then bring the right leg forward. Place those hands on your hips, raise your torso, and then extend them into the sky. And then exhale, fold back down. Lift that back leg and bring it forward. Come halfway up. Exhale back down, you can deepen, fold a little bit if you like. And place the hands on the hips, elbows back. Slowly hinge back up. Raise your hands into the air. And then into Anjali Mudra, exhale, and bring your hands to your heart. Okay. So now, now what we're going to do is a low lunge into Ardha Hanumanasana. It's going to be a bit of a flow in and out, and we're going to be using our blocks for this. So we can place your blocks at whatever height you feel prepared to use in front of your mat. And then we'll raise our hands, making sure we're in Tadasana, raising our hands in the air. Exhale, swan diving forward. Putting our left leg back into a lunge. And then just lowering that back leg. And you can also straighten the toes of the back leg, putting your front foot, the front of your foot on your mat. Now we're going to place our hands on our blocks, if you haven't already. And keeping your hips even and squared, you're going to brace into the front heel and just push your butt back and straighten the front leg. Making sure to keep your hips square, again, that's very important, and your back somewhat straight. And we're going to do this slowly at first. And then just bring yourself back into a lunge. Oh, it's a bug. Okay.
It
I
was
was
a
like,
bug.
I didn't know if she injured herself or something.
It was a bug. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do then is we're gonna do that slowly one more time. So exhale, straighten the leg, bring your hips. We're doing a hip hinge here, and just feeling the stretch. Front of the back leg, calves and heels, and then coming forward again, bending that front leg, returning to a lunge. And we're going to do a flow for this now, so we're going to exhale and then come into Hanumanasana, or Ardha Hanumanasana. Ardha Hanumanasana. And then inhale, come back into lunge. And we're going to do that 3 or 4 times, just at a comfortable pace, keeping the hips square. Make sure you're not hyperextending anything, placing too much pressure on the knee. Just keep everything in a balanced state. Last one. Straightening the leg and then coming back into a lunge. You can just stay there for a moment. All right, now plant the back toes, raise the back knee. And now we're going to come up. You can rotate the back heel and then come into warrior 2, keeping the front leg bent.
Oh. Whatever.
And we're just going to breathe here for a few breaths.
Whatever.
Same bug?
That blanket's no good anymore.
Now from here, we'll just come forward, raising the back arm over your head and placing your forearm on your thigh, extended side angle. And just breathe. Inhale, unfurling back into warrior 2. And then you can lift that heel again and then come back into your high lunge. And then just step forward. Back into standing forward fold. We'll come halfway up. Exhale, deepen the fold. And then put your hands on your hips, elbows back, and come up. Hands overhead. Exhale, Anjali Mudra. And we'll do the other side. So, hands overhead. And then swan diving forward on the exhale. And this time we'll put our right foot back into a lunge. And just lower the back knee. And straighten those, extend those toes. The back foot. So that the front of your foot's on the mat. Placing your hands on blocks if you haven't already. And we'll just straight away go through the flow for about 5 breaths of straightening the front leg, keeping the hips square, and then bending it once again. I'm personally doing exhale, straightening the leg, and inhale, bending it, but if you want to do it the opposite way and that feels right for you, go for it. last one. Bringing yourself back, hinging and straightening the front leg, and then coming back into the lunge. Now plant those back toes, lift the knee, and then straight away just plant the heel of the back foot and come into warrior two. Stay your form. And then on your next inhale, bringing that back hand overhead, placing your forearm of the front hand on your thigh. An extended side angle, and just open up from the side body. You can even look up a little bit if you want. You just stay for a moment. Now inhale, unfurl back into warrior two. And then lift that back heel, returning to a high lunge position, placing your hands on the blocks in front of you. Squaring those hips. And then just stepping forward into a forward fold. Standing forward fold. Coming halfway up. And then relax and deepen that fold. Now place your hands on your hips, elbows back, coming up gently, raising the hands overhead. Exhale, hands at your heart. Very good. Okay, so now we're going to do some tree pose. So stand tall, Sirsasana. Place your weight on your left foot and bend the right leg. Just hinge it out, or swivel it out, I guess, and then place the bottom of the foot wherever you like, except for the knee, on your leg, on your opposing leg. Just keeping your hands in Janu Sirsasana first. Raising, if you feel like it, hands overhead. Feeling that rooting at the base of your foot. Feeling the four corners pressing into the ground. Feeling almost like a string is tied to your top of your head, pulling you upwards. Should be a feeling of expansion here. And then bring that one down. And we'll do that on the other side. So rounding into the right foot, turning your left foot out, and then raising it to whatever level you feel comfortable, other than on the knee. Keeping your hands in Anjali Mudra at your heart. And then raising your hands overhead if it feels right to you. And again, just feeling like you're being pulled upwards while still remaining rooted in that bottom foot. Can you guys go a few more seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one more breath. And then come back down. Bring that foot back down, come back into the Asana. And then we can have a seat. Now I'm actually going to demonstrate this pose to you, and I'll provide an easier option if it feels right. This is actually a reverse tabletop pose. So what we'll do is we'll start in Dandasana, just standing the sit bones, and then bending those legs. And what a lot of people do in this space is they kind of round their shoulders. That's not what you're supposed to do. So what you do is you keep your chest expanded. You can even look up a little if you like, and just keeping the shoulder blades gently on the back. And then you just come up as far as is comfortable for you. And this expands the entire front body, and it's extremely opening. So let's do it together. So Dandasana, and then bend your legs. Making sure that your chest is open, your shoulders are comfortably back, and your shoulder blades are comfortably on your back. Fingers facing in the direction that you were facing. Exhale. And then inhale and just lift your torso as far as is comfortable for you, and just hold it there. And remember to breathe. We'll stay here for 3 breaths.
Minutes, did you say?
Having fun yet?
Yes.
Did I say 3 breaths? I meant 4 breaths. We'll do 1 breath. And then on your exhale, just gently lower yourself down. Do not fall, just come down slowly, feeling the rotation of your shoulders.
Nathaniel, you're at 19 minutes. Just wanted to let you know.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're almost at the end of my list. So
All right.
thanks for letting me know. And then just come to Sukhasana. And we'll just finish up with a couple of gentle exercises here. We can do some side bends. So left hand on the mat, raising the right arm over the head, and then just extending your side body to the left. Feeling that stretch in the side body on the right. And then inhale, coming back up, placing the right hand down, and then just doing the same on the opposite side. And then coming back up, and we'll do that one more time on the left side. Feeling the stretch on the side body, extending that arm, crescent over your head. Coming back up, and doing the same on the other side. And coming back. And we'll finish this off with Garudasana arms in Sukhasana. So we'll start with the right arm on the bottom. So bring that around like so, to whatever degree is comfortable for you. So left elbow in the crook of the right inner elbow, and then circling, and ideally if you can place your fingers of the lower arm's hand on your palm. And if not, just as much as you're able to, and kind of lift the elbows up slightly. Making sure that the shoulders aren't too far forward, just in a comfortable position. And we'll stay here for a few breaths. Now you can unravel your arms and just wring them out a little bit. Let them loosen. And now we'll do right arm on top, opposite side. And just raising the elbows slightly. shoulders somewhat neutral, but not trying to control them too much. Just breathing gently. And then coming out of that, and you can shrug your shoulders a little bit, roll them if you feel like it. And we would finish off by doing foot massage, but I don't think we have time for that. So
Yeah,
that's it.
no, we're at 23 minutes now. So nicely done, Nathaniel. You really, what was cool was that you were holding them longer in poses, which certainly gets them warmed up and makes them stronger. I would suggest that what you did at the end might have been better done at the beginning, you know, some of the side openers and so forth, because you'd already gone through everything else. Good gosh, you just did Parivrtta for crying out loud. So the shoulders ought to be nice and open and the hips as well. So I would suggest you might want to do that last part maybe before your sun salutations, because that gets the body sort of warmed, okay? And then after Parivrtta, which was your reverse table, because that's kind of big, you know, sometimes we're so quick to counterpose when what might be helpful is just to lie on your back in constructive rest for a few breaths. Do you know what I mean? Just let all, because that's super energetic, you know, that's a pretty big move. And so, I mean, it's a good one because if you can't do chaturanga, do Parivrtta. But, you know, lying on your back with your knees bent for a while, and then maybe you did just a super gentle twist and then finished up with something symmetrical, because that was a nice way. And I know that the shoulder things you did were for that, you know, and so that's cool. So nicely done, very nicely done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was tripped over, like, because I was thinking, oh, should we start in, you know, seated and then go to standing, or start in standing and go to seated, because we're gonna, like, you know,
yeah. It's okay. You could have done, if you wanted to start standing, you could. Then I suggest you might want to do the side stretches standing, you know, the side stretches standing. And then you know, you could get them into twisting when you're doing some of your standing poses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you. That's done. All right, so now, I'm going to next teach you Janu Sirsasana and Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana. Can you give me 3 minutes to feed Yogi, because he's here insisting, and it's lunchtime. So,
What's that? Sorry.
if you want to do a quick break, you know, a 5-minute bathroom break after your asana before we do the next part, feel free, because I'm just going to go feed the kitty, okay?
No, that's fine. And that'll give.
Yeah, give me time to research or whatever. Okay.
Come on. Can I try to turn it up just a little bit more?
It's all the way up. I tried. Yeah, it's on her end. Sorry.
Alright, she needs to get closer to her mic, I think. Or maybe we could bring the laptop closer to her.
Use that headset.
Yeah, something.
Stressing about it.
Yeah. So that.
That's why I was like, really
I'm sweating.
So if you listen to,
Good. I've done my job.
You've done good.
and
You've
I
done
go on
good.
Spotify and I just type in yoga and then I'll show you.
What were you guys giggling about?
That's when he had us holding the what is that called? Not reverse bridge, whatever.
Yeah,
it's
the
called.
reverse table. And
Yeah.
honestly,
And I
I
go,
screwed up.
he goes 3 breaths, and I go, oh god.
Yeah. Not hurting.
And then, like, just
I-
come out like it.
Did you have a bug in your blanket? Is
Yes,
what
that
you
was the
did?
other thing.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
so funny.
Scary.
Like a silverfish or something?
This is like a centipede.
Oh no.
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh.
And then,
Centipede?
and then she put it back on the pile and took a different blanket
We left it open. We left it open for the bug to.
for the bug to
You
move out.
used,
Go.
you used
Let's
the
do it.
insight. You didn't like just kill it. Yeah, that's good.
No, I do.
Yeah, I actually.
Hold on, let me finish typing.
Oh yeah, take your time. I wrote down all of
I meant to provide an alternative for the table. I meant to say you can just do a bridge pose, like a simple bridge, but it never came out of my mouth, so I just wanted to. So I think, the challenge is a good thing though.
Well, like Lucy was saying, like I liked the eagle arms and the Sirsasana. Like what Lucy was saying, like that is actually a very intense shoulder stretch. So really, it would be better to do that first.
Because that'll like warm us up for stuff that we did later. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's great.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. All right.
As the new director, we demand you do something about the bugs. And
I do know where there's some spray back there.
Yesterday there was an ant circling my mat for an hour, and that's why I don't know if that would like anyone someone get up and just put it in the plant.
Oh yeah, I did.
That's what I was doing. The ant was like circling, was like walking over. I was like, I'm not gonna kill it. Yeah, so I just.
That's so awesome. Yeah, anyone find a bug that's pushing let me know. I will take it outside.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind.
Me too. I'll help.
take care of the getting rid of the critters.
That's what I do. That's always my.
Just gonna take them out.
Yes, catch and release. Yeah, me too.
All right. Is everybody back? Did you get a critter?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Actually, I'll be right back.
What kind of critter did you find?
It's a centipede we hear.
Oh, yes. Yes, they happen.
There was a snack. I agree. Fragrant. Smells good.
That's
Let me know when everybody's there.
Okay, we will. Two people. Liz and this is.
so yeah, these are the ones that I go to on Spotify. See?
Thank you. Amazon.
Oh,
sorry. She
Oh,
was
you're
talking to me.
No, I wasn't trying that. Yeah, so they have a bunch you can just do for the podcast. I get bored these days with podcasts, so I just.
Yeah. I find it hard to listen to podcasts because I'll like rewind it like 15 times. My brain's just like.
And then also I try to listen to it, like she was doing great, but it's just like some of them, they're too, like, I don't know how to say, they're too much. But they're too, like, out there. Not out there, but just that
I think we should just get going. Nathaniel will be back in a sec.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to get going, you guys. All right. So today we're going to do Janu Sirsasana and Parivrtta, twisted Janu Sirsasana. All right. So the first one is in page 149 in your manual. Janu, knee, Sirsasana, and Sirsha is the head. All right, so it's head on knee, head of the knee, head to knee pose. You'll see it translated a number of ways. So can you say Janu Sirsasana? Janu Sirsasana. Yeah, and Kelly's really good about spelling out the pronunciation. You can see it there. Janu Sirsasana. Good. Okay, excellent. Nicely done. Okay, so let's talk about it first. All right. So it's an asymmetrical seated forward bend. So there's a forward bend in it. There's a little bit of a twist if you're when you go over that front knee as well. It has a forward bend, a side bend, and a twist. Key benefits: opens the chest and lungs, opens the shoulders and spine, lengthens the spine, stretches the calves, hamstrings, and lower back muscles. It also strengthens the lower back if done in alignment. May help relieve menstrual and menopausal discomfort, may help improve digestion, increase circulation to the liver, kidneys, and colon, and help alleviate fatigue and headache. So forward bends and twists are going to be good at all these kinds of things. May help relax the mind and calm anxiety. Beneficial for anterior front total hip replacement, because that's fine, you're going from the front. Atrial fibrillation, hypertension, plantar fasciitis, as long as you work the feet. Quadratus lumborum, spasm in your lower right or left quadrant of your back. Spondylolisthesis, which is the spine slipping. We'll talk about that when we do injuries, illnesses, and special conditions. And PTSD. So with trauma and PTSD, forward bends are really, really good. So that's why this falls into that category. Cautions and contraindications: low blood pressure, knee injuries, of course, conditions, the arthritis of the knee and so forth, shoulder injury, lower back issue or pain, osteoporosis. And you can do it, but you'll do it more as we've done all forward bends with osteoporosis, with the spine long and straight and not trying to go anywhere close to a deep forward bend. Spinal compression fracture, oh yeah. Asthma, abdominal issues, arthritic hip. You want to be careful if you have hip issues. Posterior total replacement. Okay, so if it goes in from the back and you're coming forward, you could push the femur out. Yeah, you don't want that. If pregnant, focus on spinal extension rather than forward bending. Same thing for osteoporosis and arthritis. Or slightly bend more towards the midline. And we'll talk about that when we go through modifications in a minute. All right, so let's see. Kelly there?
Yep, I'm here.
You want to bring your mat up to the center and I'll teach you?
Sure.
I'd say, yeah.
I forgot about this part.
I know. That's why I was glad you were finished eating. So I was sorry to tell you, don't eat too much.
Too late.
I know. Well, you don't have to go so deep. Now, this is where you listen to your body and you don't go so deep. Even though, okay. All right, so please start in Dandasana. Staff or stick pose. All right, so all the directions for Dandasana applies. She opens her hips, her toes are working, she's lengthened in the spine, hands are beside her hips. That's how you start. All right, so please bend your right knee and place the right foot on the earth. Now, open the right leg out to the side. All right, now you get to place that right foot anywhere on the upper inner left thigh that you want. It can be in the calf, which I think is actually harder for some people. You can have it lower and you can have it, I'll go into that in a minute. Let's see. Place the foot to the upper inner thigh where it feels comfortable. You could, okay, good. I'm stopped there. All right, now take a nice breath in. Now, as you exhale, lift up through the heart and then twist the whole torso slightly in the direction of the left leg so that your heart lines up over your left knee. You can take the right hand in front of the right knee and the left hand slightly behind you. So there's a slight twist here before you come forward. All right, so she's lined up the heart with the knee. Now take a nice breath in. And then as you exhale, imagine the universe pulling your belly button forward, even as you keep your chest lifted and your head connected on the top of the spine. So you're trying to take belly to the thigh, exactly. So see how she's got an arch in the back? She's got shoulder blades on her back. She's in mountain pose from the crown of the head to the pelvic floor. That's what you want to stay in this pose. Now, Kelly, you've just eaten, but if you go further, if you want to go further, now see, can you see nothing's changing in her back? Because she's hinged at the hip crease. The way that she comes forward, eventually, because she's an advanced practitioner, there'll be a point, yeah, she can hold the foot, the other end of the mat or something, All right, and now she gets nice and tall, and if she wants to come lower, she doesn't sacrifice the lower back. She starts, there's a gradual progression, like in those slides I showed you yesterday with the spine like pearls. She can start to round a little bit around the mid, yep. And she's not going to go real deep because she's just eaten. I know she can put her face on her knee, but I know she can, but she doesn't have to do that here. But can you see she hasn't lost the arch in the low back? She hasn't lost the shoulder blades on the back. This is how you do Janu Sirsasana with alignment and with a sense of beauty. She could be in Yoga Journal, okay? Because she's done it with a sense of ease. To come in, inhale, press into the earth, come back, press into the earth, inhale, lift from the heart, come all the way back. Good. You can bring the right knee towards you, stretch it out. All right, and come back into Dandasana to finish. All right. So did you see the main points? It was, you could have put a pole up her back from her sacrum to between her shoulder blades. And that's how you want to think of it. Your spine is like a pole. Imagine there's a pole from your sacrum to between your shoulder blades, because I know you guys know how to do this, but don't do it your normal way. Let's try it with just a different way. And imagine trying to take your belly towards your thighs, universe pulling your belly button forward, and see what that does for you. All right, so everybody clear off your space. You can, and sit in Dandasana on a blanket. Thank you, Kelly. All right, so sit in Dandasana. I'll teach it to you. Sit in Dandasana, staff or stick pose. Sit on a blanket, legs out in front of you. Off the back jacks. Yep. All right, good. All right, so sit in Dandasana. Internally rotate your upper inner thighs so that your toes are pointing towards the ceiling. Press through the big toe ball a little bit so that you keep both, all 4 points of the feet working. Take your hands by your side. Good. Now inhale, press into the earth, get really tall. Good. Exhale, bend your right knee, place the sole of the right foot on the floor first. Good. Then on your exhale, take the right knee out to the side and place the right foot somewhere on the upper inner left thigh or wherever it feels comfortable for you. Keep working the left leg. Left heel has to stay on the ground. If it lifts up, you've hyperextended your knee. Left foot on the ground, right foot is connected to the upper inner left thigh. It's like tree pose on the ground. Bring your hands by your side body. On either side of your hips, outside of your hips. Now inhale, get really tall, press into the sit bones, lift up through the heart. Exhale, twist towards the left just a little bit. Line up your heart with your knee. Now inhale, keep the hands behind you on the seat so that you don't pull yourself forward with your hands. Take your hands back. That puts your shoulder blades on your back. Now keep your hands back, and as you exhale, now hinge forward at the hips, trying to take the belly on the thigh. Keep a peach underneath of your chin so that you keep the head in line with the spine. You're not going to drop your peach. You're not going to lift your chin and drop it. That's hyperextension. You're not going to take your chin towards your chest. That's peach juice. Not so great. All right. Each inhale. Now squeeze the right foot to the upper inner left thigh and the left thigh back against it for strength. And as you exhale, long spine again, and let your belly button take you a 1/4 inch more forward. Good. Now, if and only if that's where you are and you're comfortable, feel free to bring your hands forward and place them somewhere on your leg. But the minute you start to feel the back round or the head round, you've lost your alignment. So keep everything the same if you want to bring the hands forward. Good. Then on your inhale, press into the earth with your hips, with your legs, and your arms come all the way back up. And exhale, bring the hands by your side. Bring the right leg back in. Bring the knee up. Good. And stretch the leg back out to Dandasana. And that is Janu Sirsasana. Any questions? All right. So teach a friend. The other side. All right. So I had you take your right knee bent to the upper inner left thigh. So teach your friend the other side.
Wait, which knee did you have back? Okay. Alright, so externally rotate back for the thighs. And on your exhale, left knee, bring the sole of your foot to the ground. Or yeah, you can see the sole of the left foot to the upper inner thigh. Just anywhere but the knee. So that does look like it's a little bit up in the area. You want to bring it up just a little bit more. Is that comfortable?
It's all right.
So have your fingertips by your side. So inhale, fingertips near the center. And on the exhale, hinge forward from your hips as if there was a straight line all the way up. Hold the pinch on your chin. You want to come up just a little bit more. Okay, good. Now extend your fingers. And Towards the right leg, aligning your heart with your leg. Your right leg. And once you're ready, breathe in, down first. Inhale to lengthen.
But then what happens is I'm actually, like, there's like a space between the back and the knee. You don't want to push it down.
You are a little bit.
You're not high enough, but you could put blocks in.
How does that feel?
It felt a little bit on the borderline of uncomfortable. I've been worrying that I've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, I would rather.
Yeah, I feel like I do that too.
Level one, like if you think they're higher.
Yeah.
Well, that's why that's so.
All right, do you want to teach me?
Sure.
And then it's really like.
I don't know how to do it.
Well, I'm done.
Great.
What you're gonna do, you're gonna step.
Yeah, I have another blanket here, so I can.
Okay, and you're gonna take your
I don't want the others to see. That's no problem.
You're gonna
Put it back in the column. Next
Yeah,
time,
sure.
now nobody knows.
and you're gonna put your feet to your side, straight side to side, and be like a string. Okay, stay with your back like a string. And you're gonna slowly move forward.
Bring it up again towards your chest.
But remember,
And then you want
straight.
sorry, your next time you rotate that out so that the bottom of your foot is pressing against your upper inner thigh. Inhale and bring more
Oh, the twisting.
gentle push on the
Inhale and exhale, you go slowly.
inhale. A little push on those fingertips. While you're doing that, let's go ahead and
So I'm gonna do that, I know I forgot. It's like, so you're sounding like that, and twist a little bit, so heart is in line with the extended knee.
Here again, we're going to use our breath that I've controlled to make it easier. Inhale out. Sorry about this. And you're going to hinge forward. Towards your knee. Being careful not to lose your lower back. You hit that point. Right here is where you have the curve when you go forward and you want to push back. So here you're going to inhale for more length. If you want to try to go a little bit more forward, that's better. So you're about to say stop. And now we're going to inhale. And your exhale as we lift yourselves back up. Is it on there? I only did it because
Is that what you need in the podcast?
yes, right, because it's really technically you're saying.
I can't listen to that. Because I
All right, sounds like everybody got a chance to. Did everybody get a chance to teach?
I think Lucy's trying to say something.
From the sounds in the room, it sounds like everybody's gotten a chance to teach because now they're all,
There's two more folks who aren't quite done, but I think they're finishing up now.
okay, good.
You guys okay? Oh, yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah, we're all good.
I can tell by the decibel level gets hot when everybody starts doing
Yeah.
that. It's like, okay.
All right. I think we're good. It's hard to hear you, but.
I know it is. I know it is. So I'll try to do this. Liz saw me, so that'll be good.
Yeah, well, and I'm here too.
Yeah, good. Well, and this is about it. Yeah, for me teaching. That's good. Yeah. Parivrtta.
And then the Yoga Sutra, right?
Right. But I mean teaching poses.
Yeah, right.
Okay, good. All right, you guys, how was that?
Great.
It was good.
Great job.
So do you see the difference between this idea of the laptop where you're simply this little hinge right here where your palms meet? That's the place that you're moving from, not from the back. You're not doing that. So the tendency is the head wants to lead. It wants to lead. It wants to drop. Your shoulders round forward. You're up in your traps. You've lost the arch in the low back. And that's why, this pose, people think it's easy. Oh yeah, let's do that one. That's good. That's tree pose on the ground. But it looks easy, but to do it safely and to get yourself strong and open, hips open, legs strong, to really stretch the hamstring, you can't do it on that leg that's on the ground unless you stay anchored in the sit bones and keep the spine long. So being aligned is really important. Okay, probably know that now. All right, so let's talk about key alignment points. We begin in Dandasana with your hands by your side. Why do you want your hands by your side? Because guess what? Your shoulder blades stay on your back. If you do it the whole time with your hands by your side until you've gone as far as you can go, then when you take your arms forward, you're less likely to pull with the arms. Okay. So let's see. And then you open up one leg wide and place the foot. Now you can place that foot of the leg that's bent. You can place it around the calf, which I think is harder. You might need support to that bent knee if you did. You can even place it on the knee because you're not pressing hard. Okay, for some people it's comfortable there. The further you get it up the thigh, the more you're going to get into opening the hip. So where you put that foot when you bend the knee and place it against the straight leg on the ground depends upon your degree of flexibility and what feels right for your body. Okay, and then the same apply. Inhale to lengthen, exhale to fold. Inhale to lengthen, exhale to twist. Inhale to lengthen, exhale to fold. Inhale, lengthen again, exhale, fold. Inhale, lengthen again. So the inhale is usually when you're extending or you need more energy for something. Anytime you're folding, it's an exhale. So those are your cues for that. And keep yourself in anatomical neutral, which means Tadasana, which means all the cues that apply for Tadasana: ear, over shoulder, over hip. Okay, so you want to stay in neutral alignment the whole time you're doing this pose. And even if you're fortunate enough to be open enough, if you've done if you've done an hour and a half class and then you're doing it, you might have more ability to go deeper, but don't resist the temptation to try to get the head to the knee if the rest of the spine is not in good alignment, because you can hurt yourself. You can hurt your lower back pretty badly. All right, so inhale to lengthen and come out of the pose. Exhale, come back. Okay, common misalignments. What do you think? You got the list there, but what would you think? What are some common misalignments of a forward fold?
Slumpasana.
Yes, who said that? You get extra points.
Debbie.
Yeah, very good. Slumpasana, meaning you don't have the alignment of your spine and your legs. Yep. In other words, you're curling. All right. And what happens when you curl? When you curl into the C curve?
Pressure on the lumbar spine.
Yep. You lose the lumbar arch. How about the head and neck?
It can't drop in. Right. It can't twist or.
Well, if you're coming forward in the case of this one, you if your head and neck are forward, you're going to be tightening your traps. You're going to be facilitating a rounded lower back. You're going to put stress on the cervical spine because the head weighs 12 to 14 pounds, and every inch it's forward of plumb is another 10 or 12 pounds. So you're going to be potentially, injuring over time your neck and your shoulders. So rounding lower back, rounding upper back. Shoulder blades off the back happens when you round the upper back. Head dropping, trying to get the head, it's like trying to touch the toes in Paschimottanasana, trying to get the head. If you can't do it in alignment, it doesn't do any good if you're doing it. And it really doesn't even look that good. So anyway, just saying. The sit bone of the bent knee may lift up some. That's one that, bless you. That's one, bent knee side, sit bone may lift up a little bit. So you want to ground that down a little bit more. All right, common misalignments. All right, modifications. In general, you want to sit higher on folded blanket. In general, you're going to sit higher on a folded blanket. Okay, you can wrap the strap around the foot. I don't teach it that way, only because that encourages people to use the arms more to pull instead of using the core more to fold. But you can use a strap if that helps, but be sure that people aren't then simply pulling themselves with their arms and not using the strength of the core. Modifications, keep arms by the side and don't fold forward. You're in a forward bend. Okay, mountain pose, you're at 180 degrees, right? When you're seated in Dandasana, where's my Dandasana? I don't know. So when you're seated in Dandasana, that's at a 90-degree angle. So that's a forward fold. So simply seated in Janu Sirsasana and not trying to come forward much, that's still a forward fold. Sitting in good alignment is a modification. All right. Let's see what I have on the pose mod sheet. Blanket under the hips, sunbather arms, which is how we start. So sunbather arms, your hands by the side. That's you welcoming in the sun to open up the heart and to help the shoulder blades stay on the back and keep the chest open. All right, so blanket under hips, sunbather arms, and no curling of the upper back. I just wrote in more words here, but that's essentially the same thing. And then pregnancy. So here's where, and this mod could work for many people. You would do the Janu Sirsasana with your legs, and instead of trying to come forward here, you would come more towards the middle. Okay, so that's another alternative that could apply for seniors, people with hip issues, knee issues. So you take the form of Janu Sirsasana, but instead of doing that little twist to line up the heart with the kneecap, you would instead be facing more towards the center of the way your legs are set up. Make sense? That's good for pregnancy, and that's good for others that may have hip issues, lower back issues. All right, and then poses with similar anatomy and or alignment, well, tree, okay, for sure. Parivrtta Upavista Konasana, which Kelly taught you yesterday, that this is going to look very similar. We just have a knee bend. So that's in a minute. Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana and Parivrtta Upavista Konasana have a lot in common. Triangle Mukha Pada Paschimottanasana.
Wow.
Okay.
Isn't that a good one? Triangle, three-angle, Mukha Pada, upward facing, Paschimottanasana. So that is where you can put, there are a couple ways to do it. You can fold, you can be like, yes, good, there it is, thank you. Okay, good, I couldn't get my leg to do it today. Good, Triangle Mukha, so 3 angles, yep.
Never mind, I thought that was the entire pose and it had this really long name just for like one leg back. I was like, okay.
There's a forward fold to it.
Three angle, upward facing, Mukha Pada, upward facing, Paschimottanasana. And okay, go for it, Kels. Inhale, get really tall. Exhale, hinging at the hips, start to take your belly towards your thigh as you move your hands in line. Yeah, you're perfect. You're good. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. So that's 3 angle forward fold. Triangle, Mukha Pada, Paschimottanasana.
How come it doesn't have Ardha Virasana?
Right, it's just the Ardha Virasana, something. Which I was trying to. Well, Trianga is 3 angles. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why.
So one angle is the way you've got an angle on the leg folded under. You've got an angle as you're folding forward. So I guess do you have 2 angles on the left leg?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's right. So arm, leg, 3 limbs.
Yeah, whatever. I don't remember. I may have known that at some point, but good questions. We'll have to find out. We'll find out and let you know.
Lucy, I have a question.
Yeah.
If someone in your class, you help them sit higher on the folded blankets, but their bent knee still doesn't go to the floor, should they support that bent knee with
Yes.
blocks or a blanket?
Yes, or a bolster. A bolster is softer. When they're doing something like this, I would say a bolster would be a good place to go because it's a softer support, and maybe a block under the bolster. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when you've got the outside of your leg, blocks can get uncomfortable, especially if you go further and then you're pressing down some with that leg. It gets uncomfortable on a block.
Okay, thanks.
Good.
The other modification that Kelly and I were talking about is like if you have a person sitting, and I will just speak for myself, when I'm sitting up on a blanket, then my knees sometimes hyperextend.
Yep.
So she said to use like a thin, like almost like a half of a bolster or whatever under the knees so they don't hyperextend. And actually it's so much more supportive.
Well, absolutely, Chris. What you're saying is true. Anytime that somebody's up on a blanket, the gravity is going to press down on their knees. And if their knees are in the state of hyperextending, a lot of the time, it's going to fall right into that with the gravity pressing down. So you can always, depending on this pose, you could roll a blanket, put it back behind the back of the straight legs, straight leg. You can take a, I don't think we have, do we have eye pillows any longer? Eye pillows used to be a nice thing to put underneath the back of the knee of the extended leg. But yeah, you absolutely want to put something underneath of there for support, because otherwise your knee's going to hurt on the extended leg when you're done. Here's the other thing. Look for, when you're watching someone do it and you're teaching them, make sure that on the extended leg, the heel never leaves the ground. If the heel leaves the ground, that's a dead giveaway that they've hyperextended the leg, they've hyperextended the knee. So if you see that happening, have them press the heel into the ground, press through the ball of the foot as if they were pressing on the accelerator, then drag that foot, the whole foot, try to plug from the foot into the hip socket, and that's going to charge the leg so that the knee pops up some and it doesn't get into that hyperextended state as well. That's another thing you could do, Chris. You could really work, it's fine to support it, and that's a good thing to do. But if you really want to work it, work that standing leg just as much as you're working the other one by doing the accelerator gas, pulling in, plugging in your leg so much to the hip socket, muscle energy, that the knee has support. Good. All right. What else? Ekapada Gomukha Paschimottanasana. Ekapada Gomukha. Okay, so that is one-legged cow face pose. So so Kelly, you want to come back and show them that one?
Sure.
Ekapada Gomukha Paschimottanasana. All right, so it's half cow face pose. Now she's going to bend the left knee and bring it over top. She's going to be on the outside edge of the left foot, as if she were doing Gomukhasana legs, but only on one. And everything else is the same. Inhale, get really tall. Exhale, lengthen. Bring your belly towards the thigh. That's it. That's also sometimes called a no cheat hamstring stretch as well, sometimes, and modification of it. Again, you're going to have to work that standing leg, the lengthened leg, because otherwise you can press down on it and you can hyperextend the knee. So you got to work both legs here. These are really good, both of these, and are really good for working the straight leg as well. Janu Sirsasana. Yep. Cool. Okay, you don't have to know the Sanskrit for either of those. Just so that you know. All right, are there any questions on Janu Sirsasana? I think we can ring the bell on that. All right, and then, Kelly, will you come back again? I'm going to teach this time Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana. It's the same, all the same guidelines for Janu Sirsasana, only instead of bending towards the front knee, you're going to twist and line up your side body with the front leg. All right, so let me just talk for a minute about Parivrtta. Did you ring the bell on that?
No, I gotta ring the bell.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, so so now we're going to go into the twisted version of it. All right, Parivrtta. Pardon?
Do you want me to stay right now? Stay here?
No, you can go for it. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana. Okay, so that's revolved head and knee pose, or head to the knee pose. All right, so say it with me. Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana.
Parivrtta
Sirsasana.
So one more time. Parivrtta Sirsasana. Good. All right, it's an asymmetrical seated twist, an abdominal twist, okay? Benefits are virtually the same, pretty much the same as the other, but now you're twisting it up a little bit. So opens the chest and lungs, shoulders and spine, stretches the calves, hamstrings, lower back muscles, strengthens the lower back. All that's the same. Again, may help relieve menstrual and menopausal discomfort, may improve digestion, increase circulation to all the organs, and so forth. May help relax mind and calm anxiety. So it's all pretty much the same. Now this one, some of this is from Lauren Fishman's yoga injury prevention website, Yip Guru. Beneficial for AFib, atrial fibrillation, alcoholism, and anorexia, I'm not sure why. QL spasm and spasm of any muscle. So I just know it feels good. When I do my home practice, I do this one often because it just feels good. And so that's those are some benefits. Cautions and contraindications, low blood pressure, knee injuries, shoulder injuries, low back issues, spinal compression fracture, posterior arthritic hip, posterior total hip replacement, total knee replacement, thoracic outlet. Okay, a lot of things that wouldn't be so good for, but mostly you just need to know, knee injuries, hip injuries, shoulder injuries. If pregnant, once again, you're going to focus on spinal extension. Now they can do a lateral twist with this because it's an open twist, but they're, and they like to do this. I taught pregnancy yoga for about 6 years, and they like the freedom of this. So yeah, they can do it, but with care. You're not going to go way deep to the side, but they'll get the nice spinal extension on the side. All right. So now, Kelly, will you please come back? And in the interest of time, we're going to assume that you have, you want to change sides. Okay, girl. Hold on. I got to pick up the paper for Bogey. No.
She dropped her paper.
He eats paper and plastic. He likes particularly Tyvek. Oh yeah, I don't know. All right, so now you're sit in Dandasana. All right, which leg do you want to bend?
I'll do the left leg.
All right, bend the left leg, place the sole of the left foot against the upper inner right thigh, bring your hands to your sides. All right, so that starts out just like Janu Sirsasana, right? All the same things. All right, now, this time, Kelly, take your right hand, place it somewhere in the inside of your right leg on the ground, fingertips on the ground, your left hand back by your hip. Open your fingertips. So start the twist, yeah? All right, so she's gonna press into the earth, get nice and strong. She's gonna inhale, get really tall, twist towards the bent knee. Right, she's twisting towards the bent knee leg. Now, when she exhales, she can take the right hand to her right hip, left hand, whatever hand that is, back hand to your back hip. Good. And then start to inch the hand that's on the inside of the leg down as she keeps opening that whole left shoulder or whatever shoulder it is as she comes down. Now, pregnant woman could do some of this, but not deeply. Do you see what I mean? Now take the back arm's thumb up to the shoulder, elbow by your side to keep the shoulder blade on the back and extend the arm up. Good. All right, now that is stage 1. All right, stage 1 is actually not going so deep. That's stage 1. All right, for fun and strengthening, she could I just don't want to get into it. Okay, so now if she wants to go further, she's going to have to bend the arm that's holding the leg, and then she starts to come over. She keeps the top shoulder open, then maybe she brings that hand down towards you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, then on the inhale, start to lengthen through the spine, of course, and then come on up. Good. And then exhale, turn back towards the front, take a breath. But don't change, but don't move, don't move, don't move. No, don't move. I want to show them the changes now, and then I'll let them just teach. All right, so now come back down, twist, line up your right side with your right leg.
Like that?
Left, okay, fine. Take the top shoulder open up. Okay, now this time take the arm up and have it straight. Now for strength, if you want, take the top arm out a little more like a Y. Good, and then lift the bottom arm up like a Y. All right, so that's a nice strengthening, and that's a good way to strengthen and lengthen the side body, and it feels really good, doesn't it? Yeah.
Feels strong.
Feels doesn't it? Good, I know. Then as you're ready, on your inhale, come back up, exhale, turn towards the front. So that's, those are a couple modifications showing you now, all right? And hold on, as long as you're there, because of how we have to teach. Let me see what else I have here. Blanket under hips as far as Parivrtta. Yep. Keep collarbones lifted. Yep, same as above, except do it. Oh, so you can also do this at the back wall. This is another one where you can do it at the back wall with support to your sacrum and a block behind your sacrum. That's another one you can do there. So that's pretty much. Can you think of any other mods that you do?
The other thing I do to make it a little more doable is like when you're here, instead of just having the arm up, like bend the the arm, so hand is at the back of your head, and that way you can get a little more opening that way.
Nice.
So that's the only other
Right.
variation.
Right, excellent. All right, thank you, Kels.
Bridget has a question.
So like in other classes I've been taught where it's more like the wide angle, seated. And
Yeah,
then
where you're
moving
more
it, it's more open.
Yeah.
Is that
That's
also a variation of this pose or is that
Yes.
a different pose? also?
Yeah, I would say that's a variation of this pose too.
That is a variation. When you place the heel of the bent knee, you can either place the foot along the inside of the straight leg, or you can bring the heel to that leg's groin, or you can bring the heel to the pubic bone, or you can bring the heel to the same leg's groin. So that's her right leg. She can bring the heel to her right groin. So do you see, Bridget, at each place, you're going wide or open into the hips.
Thank you.
What about, so we did this pose in Brittany's class and she had us use like blocks to like lean into
This
the,
arm?
yeah, or what, because then you can play around with the height of it
Yeah.
if it's not accessible to you.
Yeah.
If you're
We've also
height
used a
is-
strap.
Right, yeah, that, or you can put, you can even put up the block higher if you need it, right, because, yeah.
Yeah.
And we've also used a strap around your foot that goes to your top hand.
Yeah. You
For-
have to like
yeah.
point your foot to hold the strap, right?
Yeah.
But that could work.
Done that in Brittany's class too.
Yeah.
That's neat.
Cool.
Iyengar props.
Yeah. Obsessed.
Props are fun, and props, if they get you more opening and they lengthen your arms or your connection to the ground, that's a good thing,
Yeah.
All right, so let me teach you side one. You know what? Kelly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm just looking at the schedule and I want to get in, we still got to do part of 4. I'll teach them one side, and then when they practice teach later, they can each teach each other the other side.
Well, maybe they just do it now, so that way they're
Okay,
balanced,
fine.
right?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I'll do 4 quickly. All right, so I'm going to teach you now Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana.
You still have a whole hour.
Oh, okay. Well, we were going to have practice teaching for half an hour, but we won't be able to now.
Might be for 20 minutes.
Might be for 20 minutes. Okay, all right, fine. All right, so go ahead and clear off your space again. This is how it is on the teaching days. You sit and then you clear off, and you sit and then you clear off. So please clear everything off and come back and take Dandasana. All right, so sitting upright in Tandasana, make sure that your toes are pointing up towards the ceiling. All right, press into the earth and press up through the crown of your head. Good. All right, now just take a nice breath in and bend your left knee. Place the sole of the left foot against the upper inner right thigh or whatever feels good to you. Good. All right, now, if you want, you can place the heel of the left foot to the left groin. You can place the heel of the left foot to the pubic bone. You can place the heel of the left foot to the right groin, whichever feels more comfortable for you. All right. Now press down into the earth. Place your hands behind you. Sunbather pose for all this, because you got to keep your shoulder blades on your back. So sunbather arms. Take them a little wider, Cynthia. Yeah, there you go. Press into the earth. Lift your heart. All right. So now this time, twist your heart center. Twist your whole torso towards the bent knee side. Towards the bent knee side. Good. All right. Now take the straight leg side's arm and turn it palm up inside the straight leg, wherever that works for you. Take the back arm, place the hand on the hip, fingertips forward, thumbs back, shoulder blade on your back. All right. Now keeping that, take a nice breath in. And then as you exhale, start to inch the hand that's open on the leg that's stretched out. Start to inch it down. Keep the top shoulder open. Keep the hand on the hip because you want the shoulder blade on your back. All right, then if that feels okay to you, now feel free to take the back arm's thumb to the top of the shoulder. Keep the elbow by your side to keep the shoulder blade on your back. Extend the arm up and over. All right, now you decide that may be just where you want to go. Or if you want to go further, don't curl the upper, come back up, Cynthia. Don't curl the upper arm down. Keep the shoulder blade on your back. If you want to come down, you're going to bend the straight leg's arm. Try to take the side body closer to the straight leg's knee before you ever try to take the top arm towards that foot. But then on your inhale, press into the earth, come all the way back. Exhale, lower your arms, bring the bent leg back into position. All right, by bringing the knee in, straightening the leg out, take a breath. So how did that feel?
So good, yeah.
Don't you love that? There's a freedom. The freedom comes from a long spine, open body. The minute you start trying to grab with this top hand and you curl the shoulder in, you've lost the integrity of the whole pose. So back off, keep that top hand on your hip till you're down as low as you can go. Then take the arm up and see. But the minute you start to roll this head of the arm bone forward, shoulder blade comes up your back, you've rounded the lower back. And so that's why we say wait. Yeah. All right. So find a friend and teach side 2, please. A different friend.
Different.
Good challenge on this because this hip is super tight and will not be able to get into balance.
You're not doing it. Okay, that's fine.
I've got all my props, so. Okay, let's do it. So you want me to start? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Okay, so beautiful. Sitting in Shavasana.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Inhale, lengthen your arms. I'll sit on the
Yeah.
On the exhale, bend your right knee. Somewhere on the upper left thigh. The right leg. Or I think she said you can put it lower like this. Really bend. Yeah, that's fine. There's no problem. Is that okay? Yep. I can put a blanket on top of the block. No.
So.
Okay. So, and then
So I guess.
Yeah, that's why I had to find it first.
So, all right, so I guess.
Yeah,
So hands, sort of those asana, you're good there, and then.
yeah, let's try. Yeah, so lift your arms shoulder height, palms facing up.
As long as the knee cuts straight over the knee, that's the important thing.
Okay. And your left.
Really strong.
Bend your left leg.
Okay, now take your left hand back with your hand against
Inner leg, the inner part of the foot on your thigh.
and right fingertips facing the ground. And inhale to lengthen. Oh yeah, actually, face your right
Sorry,
hand.
one second.
Forward, thumb back. I think so, yeah. Like,
Push your hands into the earth to lengthen the
right
spine.
shoulder back.
Inhale and lengthen.
All right, now inhale, lengthen, and exhale. Bring your torso out from your straight leg. Keep your sit bones firmly there.
So what you want to do?
Shoulders down the back. And lift your right arm. Left arm should be inside your left straight.
Left arm should be inside of my left arm.
Okay, no. So, yeah, you got it. You're right. What you have is good. I was just reading. So yeah, your right arm should be on the inside of your right. Lift your left arm. Your left hand should be on your left hand. And the right shoulder. On the left shoulder. So like you're doing a twist. You're fine. And then hinge the hip crease over the right leg, sliding the right hand into the foot. And then reach your left hand down towards your right foot. Or bend your left arm.
Can you sit there?
You're doing a great job with your knees, not being
And
hyperextended.
you can
Start
Reach your hands behind you.
Now I'm like forgetting which side we did first.
We did the left.
straighten
Yeah, so you're
out.
gonna be putting your hand in
Straighten
bending your
the
right.
left leg, you can bring it up and straighten it. Okay. Cool, yeah. As ready as all of you. Alright.
Turn, rotate your eyes.
All different options.
spacing you're sitting
I
on
know.
there.
Fine.
Then you are going to bring your, the inside of your right foot to the inside of your left thigh.
Tweaking you forward a little bit, but let's start.
Awesome. As you do, plant your hands behind you. Inhale,
Yes, from that perspective, yes. Okay, so
You're
let's go
gonna
ahead
go ahead and
and
start rotating your spine towards the knee
raise your
that's
arms
bent, so
up.
that should be the right knee.
Inhale.
Left arm is gonna
Take a
come on the
twist.
inside of the
Right
left
hand side towards your belly.
leg.
When your
That's
body's
extended. Good job. Nice big breath in. As your left arm again, you're going to bring, well, first you're going to hinge at the wrist and extend the left arm out towards the left foot.
On your hip first.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Go ahead and bring that right hand
So go ahead.
to your hip.
Okay,
Over that
so
right
let's see.
shoulder blade
So
to really rotate.
inhale, lengthen through the spine, exhale,
Right
twist
arm
your
is going to
face.
extend
towards
over your
okay.
head.
Inhale and lengthen through the
Align
spine,
with your
exhale, twist your
ears.
torso a little bit more,
There you go. Nice and
face
press
towards
in.
that bent right leg. We're gonna soften our shoulder
And
blades
go
into
ahead
that.
and come back.
And right hand
How
on the
does this
hip.
look?
And your right shoulder.
All right.
We're gonna inhale.
Rotate towards the center.
Over the left leg, sliding left hand down towards the left foot. That's hard.
Thank you. I'm a little lower back than for that, so I guess she said it was
Rotating your
fine, so
shoulder
maybe
out.
that's just.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Okay, so then we're gonna take your right hand to your shoulder, and
Yeah.
if you feel that you're able, you can go ahead and extend it.
Yeah, awesome.
You have a nice line between your sits bone all the way up over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you feel that you're having a hard time getting that rotation, you can always bring your fingertip back to your shoulder and use that to open up a little bit. But I think that looks a little better. Does it feel better to do that than I think go this way? So do you want to, just for fun, that elsewhere first, I'll go on there just so you get a feel of, you would still extend it out, but do you see how like it gives you an opportunity, when we did it with Remy, again, if you're not, you can use the block to get a little bit more twist.
Yeah, and I feel like my shoulder.
I don't know if you're there, Lucy, but it looks like we're all good.
Right, because it does, right, so there's some like value to that block, even if you are able to get into it, yeah. Yeah, it looks actually, I'll probably get that.
I never know if my head is like in line.
It is. It's good. Okay, so let's go ahead and inhale, and then you're gonna inhale, you have to like bring yourself up to seated, and then you can come out of your twist. I guess we could do that if you like to.
Thank you, Laura. I started moving you before you started.
So go ahead and, let's go ahead and twist back to the left. Put your hands down, and then you're gonna go ahead and straighten your leg back out. Your little legs in shake, back here into Asana.
We should take a photo.
Do you need a 5-minute break? Anybody need a 5-minute break? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break, you guys.
Yeah.
Come back exactly at 20 after because we still have a lot to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Advance.
They need a break.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Should I ring the bell on this one? Oh, we haven't talked about the other stuff though.
I need to talk about contraindications and key. And stuff.
Yeah, okay.
I won't be long. Pot of 4. I mean, you know, if I was, it's not that's there for practical purposes. I'm just going to go over it. I've been, and I like this, living your sutras. I've been using that for, you know, other good things. They don't even have chapter 4 in here. They don't have pot of 4. So I guess you can't live the
Who wrote
sutra.
that one?
Kelly DiNardo and Amy Pierce had it since 2015, Living the Sutras. And I think it has a lot of good ideas in there. Some of which I tried to bring in as I'm doing the teaching, you know. So anyway, but I was looking the day before, I thought, what can I do? There's really nothing because it's, you know, it's cerebral stuff, unless you're a sannyasin or a, you know, ascetic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, with them teaching side 2 of each of these poses, they got some practice teaching.
They did, and that's good. And I think that's fine. I think that we worked it out that way. I think that's good. If we can get it in that way, you know, and then if they get 15 or 20 minutes to do more, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
All
Cool.
right.
All right, yeah, I'll finish that up as soon as they're back. I'll finish up the key alignment points and common misalignments. I already talked about modifications, so it won't take long.
Great, okay.
So guess who's bringing me a meal today?
I don't know who.
Debbie Peterson and her husband, who's cooked it.
Oh, wow.
He's done chicken paprikash, homemade gluten-free spetzel,
Wow.
a cucumber salad, and he wanted to bring tiramisu. And I said, I don't think my system can handle a homemade tiramisu. Is that mascarpone in it? I'm just, oh my God. I've had a lot of good food, but I love it.
Yeah.
But I like it when I have, you know, I've been eating salads in between and stuff. And so that's what, but I think it's wonderful. So the two of them are coming. And then Randy, Patty's husband, is cooking for tomorrow. So Patty was here on Friday and she made this awesome quinoa vegetable, you know, crunchy thing. And I said, are you and Randy coming? She goes, well, it'll either be Randy or me or both of us. I don't know. And I said, that's fine. So, and then with Nancy Puritano, her husband smoked a salmon for me.
Wow. Oh my gosh. You're living large.
I'm telling you, I had more good food in the last couple of weeks, and it's been, but what's really cool is having them here for 15 or 20 or 30 minutes. You know, Kim and Kelly stayed about an hour. It's being with people again, you know, which is really kind of cool. Like when you said, oh, that was nice. I really appreciate that. I know you've got 8 tons of stuff going. So I know that. And so that was
Well, your Wednesday class is so sweet. I'm enjoying subbing them. And Patty and Randy come to that class. So
yeah, they
that's
do
really
that.
cool. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I still haven't found somebody for the 24th for my 1+. I'll send out another blurb tomorrow. But it's the only one that's not covered because I really, you know, I did some of the practice with when Nathaniel was teaching, but you know, I backed off and I could feel I gotta go slower. You know, I just don't want to.
Yeah.
So I do want that time off. I'm not, and that'll be good. So I'll just send another blurb and see. I'm still hearing something. I'm so glad.
It was like when you were teaching me earlier, like my stomach, I don't feel like I ate a lot, but I definitely feel full. And like the tendency is to just go for it, you know, and it's like, no, I can't do that.
It's so cool. So cool.
I'm just choking on my own saliva.
Oh, no.
Coughing's not good either, but for stitches. But anyway, yeah. The tendency is I said, oh, we're too. And I went, I could feel a little pulling. So I, you know, decreased. It didn't go deep. When I took my arms out for a while, I'm telling you, you're going to know that every part is interconnected. Even my arms, I could feel it, you know, it's like, oh.
Yeah, you really learn that. Like when I had the surgery here, like I could feel it tight in other places and stuff.
You can, can't you? And so you know that this fascia, this interconnected fascia is a fact, right?
Right. Because you experience it in your body.
And experiencing your body, you will definitely know.
All right.
All right, are they back?
I think most everyone is back. We're missing Liz and Cynthia. Okay. It's just Liz and Cynthia.
Okay.
I think maybe just
Let's start. Yeah. All right. So we're going to finish up Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana. So can you come back to your places, please, to your note-taking spaces? And by the way, this is on page 168 of your manual, the Parivrtta Janu Sirsasana. All right. So key alignment points. The setup is all the same as Janu Sirsasana. And then we talked about, you know, Bridget had the question about what you do with the bent knee. And so here is, I think yeah, bend right leg, take knee wide, place the sole of the right foot in upper inner left thigh, or place right heel to right groin. And again, you can also do it to the heel to the pubic bone. That's not quite as wide. But the right heel to the right groin, if your right leg is bent, that's going to take you the widest. Okay. All right. Inhale and twist torso, this time towards the bent knee side, so that you can line up the, if your right leg's out, you'll line up the right side. You want to get the whole right side body lined up with that whole right leg extended out. All right, you take the hand that's extended out, you turn the palm up inside of the extended leg, back hand to your back hip to keep your shoulder blade on your back. All right, then you inhale and start to gradually come laterally. You're hinging laterally at the hip crease now. You're on the side, and you want to keep the spine straight again, and you don't even begin to do anything with this top arm till you go as far as you can with the extended leg and extended arm. Then you can take this up and you decide how far you want to go, but nothing should change in your torso when you move that top arm. Okay. And then inhale to lengthen and come up out of the pose. All right, so what do you think about common misalignments on this one?
Shoulder blades not on your back?
Pardon?
Your shoulder blades not on your back?
Right.
I would think too, like dropping your head to the side.
Yes. Yes, exactly. It's like the heavy head. When we start going to the side, like in this pose or Trikonasana, we don't always know what to do with the head. Trying to find a place for the head. And if you can think of it as being right on top of the spine, think of your head. Doug Keller says, think of your head. The top vertebra is C1, cervical 1. Think of your head as the top cervical vertebra and keep it lined up over your neck bones, if that's any help. Shoulder blades off back, upper back, rounded in an attempt to try to go, all the way, head dipping. Yep, head dropping. Knee, all right, on that extended leg, sometimes, not oftentimes, many times you'll see the kneecap and the big toe turn inward, meaning the person has lost the groundedness of the leg. They're not working the extended leg. So you have to work every part in every pose. So you want to keep working that leg so that the kneecap and big toe don't dip into the center. And sometimes the sit bone on the bent knee side will lift up. It comes ungrounded, so you just press that sit bone more into the earth. All right, we talked about modifications. The nice one, you don't go down so far, is the big one. You stay up high, and if you can even twist so that you line up the side body with the extended leg, that can be enough for a lot of people. Okay, and you can also do this one again at the wall with the block on the sacrum. Helps you to ground the sacrum and go into this pose. All right, poses with similar anatomy and or alignment. Parivrtta Upavista Konasana, which Kelly taught you yesterday, and Parivrtta Triangle Mukha Pada Paschimottanasana. Kels, you want to show that one? Parivrtta Triangle Mukha Pada Paschimottanasana.
The English, please.
Right. Is that this? And then you go here?
And then exactly.
Oh, that's not level 1.
No, definitely not level 1, but we thought we'd put it in it for fun. Okay, thank you, Kel. There you go. Just in case you wanted a few more things to do. All right, but that's a pose with similar actions if you're so inclined. All right. So, any questions?
Why can't I look like that? What is so tight on me that I can't get my torso even close to coming down?
The QL, like the back muscles in here, I always feel the stretch there. So that's one of them that.
Is it ribs, like a rib tightness?
It's the psoas.
The psoas.
Psoas, the QL. You're probably with your shoulders and so forth, and that be kind of an issue. There's probably not as much openness in the chest and in the side ribs as could be. And then having the strength of the core to be able to go over to the side. That's a big one. Yeah. You got the hip, you got the hips open. So mostly it has to do with strong core muscles and keeping the shoulder blades on the back. I think.
Yeah, it's the hamstrings also.
Oh yeah.
I have
Oh yeah.
freakishly long hamstrings.
Classes practice.
Yeah, there's that too.
Like this over time.
You know, I mean, I try to do a little bit every day, but a little bit sometimes is 15 minutes.
Yep. Absolutely.
I want to look like you.
You can, gymnast.
How much are you supposed to eat before you're doing?
Before you do yoga?
Yeah.
You know, the general rule is don't eat a heavy meal. Like, wait 2 hours after a heavy meal. So if you eat an apple or something, 30
Okay.
minutes.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea not to have eaten because digestion is affected.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with twists.
All right. Can you ring the bell on this?
Okay. There we go.
All right. All right. So now, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, you guys. It helps to be able to see students when you're teaching. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lot. Okay. All right. So now let's shift gears.
This made you co-host.
I see that. Okay. Let's shift gears, and I'm going to put up the screen for Pada 4, which is the last chapter in the Yoga Sutras. All right. Can you see that?
Yes.
Good. All right. So then let me bring it to, hold on. I got to do this. Ah. That. All right, can you see that?
It's Clara on the projector.
Are you able to see that, you guys?
It could be the side from windows.
Can you see the full screen?
Yeah, we can see the full screen.
All right. All right, so the handouts, you should have them. They were downloaded. I mean, they're on your downloads for June. All right, so let's talk now about chapter 4. And I didn't go through, reviewing all that we've done because we've gone through quite a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot
Thank
better.
you.
Well, it's not that better.
Other questions? All right, was it a question? Did everything get resolved?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. All right, so this final pada, I was telling Kelly earlier, what I've been reviewing as I've gone through each of them is some practical applications of each of the padas. So the book that I've been enjoying lately is called Living the Sutras. All right, Living the Sutras, A Guide to Yoga Wisdom Beyond the Mat. So I opened it early this morning to see if there were a couple examples I could use to give you, and they stop at Pada 3. So they don't even talk about Pada 4. I mean, they talk about it, but they don't break it down. So I thought that's a clear indication that this is a pada, this is a chapter that's more about philosophy and more about it's more about philosophy than lifestyle. So it's not a pada that I don't believe that you'll have a lot of application for day to day. Now, if you are a renunciate where you're giving up everything and going into a place of isolation so that you can isolate and get deeper, then this might have more application. But it's still good to understand this because this is the culmination, if you will, of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra approach to yoga philosophy. All right, so Kaivalya is the word of this chapter. Kaivalya, which literally translates as isolation. And that's where we're isolating Purusha from Prakriti. All right, so what's Purusha?
Spirit.
Yep, what's Prakriti?
Matter.
Good. All right, so this path of renunciation is beyond, this term here, gunatita, beyond the gunas. So if you have isolated spirit, then you're no longer affected by the gunas. And that's going to be rare for somebody living. And then it talks a little bit in this chapter as well, the difference between kaivalya, ultimate freedom, and samadhi, which is, the union with the divine. All right, so let's go in a little bit more of that. All right, so, oopsie daisy. All right, so samadhi, that's the 8th rung of the Ashtanga yoga ladder. All right, and it's arrived at through the previous 7 rungs. All right, and it is where the state of oneness between subject and object, meaning subject being you, the meditator, and object being what your focus is, or sometimes called the seer, you, and what's seen, what you're connecting to. Yeah, it's when consciousness, Purusha, is witnessing the mind, and the mind is the object being witnessed. So it can be achieved, kaivalya, it can be, so samadhi, back up, samadhi is a passive state, all right? So you're observing, you do that, and you're meditating, and you get to a place where everything just sort of melds together, and you're just sort of witnessing and observing, and that's passive, you're not doing a whole lot. On the other hand, kaivalya is considered an active state, and it's something that you do and that you live in. It's that you're living in this state of ultimate freedom all the time. So you might be actively doing life, but you're doing it in this state of ultimate freedom where you really aren't you any longer. You're connected to the divine in a way that it's almost transcendent. Wouldn't you say, Kels? It's like transcendent. You get past the body and the mind into this state of ultimate freedom. So you're either dead or you're at a place where, not a whole lot more is going on. Now, you can also experience kaivalya through birth and rebirth. So through birth, it's thought that some have a natural ability to drop the veil between conscious and unconscious mind, or birth being a rebirth, where in a previous lifetime someone attained almost kaivalya, but not quite. So they eventually had to be reborn, and in the rebirth, they were already higher along the evolutionary kaivalya ladder, if you will, because through previous lifetimes, they purified and they've gotten closer to this state of ultimate freedom. All right. Another one is herbs and drugs, and that's not, it's not your CBD and your THC, that kind of stuff. All right. The herbs and drugs are generally done in a cultural setting or a controlled setting. And the idea is there's no attachment, there's no desire of maintaining anything, a state of inner tranquility or a state of higher consciousness. That's not your goal. You're doing this just to be in the experience of letting go and just letting happen what happens, and achieving a state of higher consciousness through the facilitation of this drug that helps you get there. Native Americans, ayahuasca, right? Native Americans and South Americans, I think that's ayahuasca is one. LSD, possibly. I know that they're doing lots of studies continually on, they're certainly looking at LSD as being a help for those with PTSD. And again, in a controlled setting and with a guide, like you would do if you were doing herbs and drugs in a more ritualistic manner. So that's what's meant there, not your ordinary street drugs and so forth. All right, then mantra. And again, that's not us repeating our mantra. It's a more intense way than ordinarily done. And we've talked about this some, japa meditation, where there are some who are always working the beads and saying their mantra, it's in their pocket 24 hours a day. That's always what's going on. Not 24, but a lot, right? And it's almost like, if you think of, it's a consistent practice such as a tapping at the door, which finally causes the door to open, or I like this one better, the drip of water that finally wears down the rock. So that's the mantra idea, that you've done it so much that you've come to sort of meld with your mantra, if you will. Now, tapas is the intense desire, the training of the senses through daily life while actively living in the world. So you're guiding your senses to be not so reactive, to be not so heavily bringing in things. You're just sort of learning to tame the senses, and you do this again through living day to day in this practice of focus. All right. And unless you decide to renounce the world, in which tapas would probably, I don't know if it'd be easier, but it would be more accessible if you didn't have outside stimuli that you had to filter through and train yourself not to be stimulated by. And samadhi, again, this is the state that is the consolidation of all the previous 7 rungs of the Ashtanga ladder, but especially the samyama, the dharana, dhyana, and samadhi all together. So, the intense meditation, the deeper concentration, all of those leading towards this state of being at one with the higher consciousness of the universe. And if you note the stars, the tapas and samadhi, they're the only 2 states that foster mature intelligence and stable growth, which makes sense. The others are give you a leg up, if you will, but this is where you're doing the practice fully on your own. All right, so let's talk about kaivalya and ultimate freedom. What gets in the way? Well, actions that create karma. And so this is from Barbara Stoner Miller's book, which I also like on the sutras. She talks about the classifications of karma as described in Pada 4 as being white, black, gray, or uncolored. All right, so white is the good, useful karma. All right, so white is the good acts. Okay, looking for my notes. There we go. So white, that could be like religious activities independent of external means that cause no harm. So those are good, useful acts. Okay, so that's good karma. They don't do any harm. So, but that's good karma. There's still something that'll happen as a result. It's still karma. Okay. Now, black, it's pretty plain. It's action that's evil, action that's bad, action that's not useful to anybody. That's black. All right. Now, in between, you've got the movement between white and black that becomes sort of a gray area that's kind of mixed. And that's the everyday actions of we, ordinary people. Okay. Where we, if we can act more in this white action, if we can act more in the, doing things that are good acts that don't cause problems for anyone. If we work at a soup kitchen where we're doing good things that's not going to harm anybody, and it serves a useful purpose, and it feels good to us to do it, and we're certainly serving a population that benefits from it. Whereas the black karma that's what comes from the kleshas. If you remember the kleshas in Pada 2, the kleshas were all about our ignorance, our spiritual ignorance, the idea that we forget that we are divine, that there's a divinity within us. So avidya, that's spiritual ignorance. Asmita is ego, that's the I-ness, meaning we need to know that we're us, to make it in this world. So we do have that sense, but when that starts to take over, where everything we do is reflected back because we need it because of the ego, that's too much ego. Raga is attachment. We talked about attachment. Devesha is aversion, which is non-attachment, but it's highly charged because you really don't like something. All right. And then abhinavesha, which is the fear of the unknown, often called the fear of death, because that's our big unknown. We don't, nobody knows what happens when we die. And so those are the kleshas that help, that have us doing some of the bad karmas. instead of some of the good ones. Yeah. And we're all human, so it's going to happen. All right. Now the uncolored, neither black nor white nor gray, that's a yogi whose store of karma has been exhausted through renunciation of the fruits of actions and who harbors no belief that I am the doer. So again, this is your enlightened being. This is your being that is really not of this world any longer. Yeah. All right. And actions cause further karma. So, when you do an action, if the butterfly flaps its wings here, does it reflect on the other side of the world? Well, yeah, we just don't know how, but it's that actions that we do, anything that we do, there's a reaction. It's like physics, there with an action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And we may not see it, may not happen now, it may not happen till down the road, but something happens. So how do we keep our actions more pure? Yeah. We want to use the functions of the mind. So hold on a second. Let me just show you the functions of the mind. 4 functions of the mind. So Antakarana is what it's called. And this is called the mind's 4 functions. Okay. So this is, we've heard yoga's Chitta Vritti Nirodha. That's the Yoga Sutra that talks about the mind's body, the mind's existence being always charged by our thoughts. So the chitta it's basically, it's our memory. It's our cellular memory of what's come before us, what's here now. It's our memory of things around us. But it's not just in the head. It's everything that we do. We remember where we walk. We remember how to sleep. Remember how to eat. So that's the chitta, all right? And when we're connected to that, we're living day to day, all right? Then this is, I can't see the bottom, move this here, there we go, good. So I'm just moving something up my screen here. There we go. All right, then chitta, and let's come back to all right, so chitta is the memory source. Manas and buddhi, all right, so manas is the lower mind, your rational mind. And again, that's going to be not just the mind, it's the senses. It's all the things that we do sometimes without thinking, moving, walking. That's manas and considered the lower mind. And we express it in the koshas, manamaya kosha, right? So that's manamaya kosha. That's the lower mind, rational. Spheres of things are in there. All right, now buddhi is the higher mind. That's our intellect. Not our intelligence, but that's where the intellect resides. Our intelligence comes in when we're able to look at what's going on, and when we hear rational things, we combine that with memory, and then we make decisions. Vijnanamaya kosha. That's where we're doing intelligent decisions based upon some of our, reactions from living day to day through the senses and some of the memories of what we have. And buddhi is where we make discriminative decisions to let go of some of these things. And then the big one is ahamkara. That's where the ego identifies with the Atman, the soul inside, and thinks that the ego is all there is, that we are who we are. I'm Lucy and nothing else. So the buddhi mind has to work to free up, let go of some of the memories. It's not all about you, and let go of some of the fears. Now that's just a simplistic way of looking at it, but these are considered the 4 functions of the mind. All right, so when we go back, now we're talking about the actions that happen. Often they're just in our nature, from our memories, from our senses, from all those things. But when we bring in the higher mind, the buddhi mind, that's where we can start to discriminate among the different karmas. When we start to question, is what I'm doing now, does it make sense for me, for everybody else, for the universe? If I let the water run longer and just kind of walk away from it, is that good? No, is that not good? In other words, we're looking at things using intelligence from the higher mind, colored by day-to-day experience, so that we can come to a place and we can discriminate and work more towards having good, useful acts. So we break the cycle and we do it through our spiritual practices. All right. So Kaivalya then, Kaivalya is detachment from worldly, renunciation. All right, so this is how many, what we just went over here was how we can do it, work towards it day-to-day living. And this is for renunciates and so forth who decide they just need to get away from society. They detach from worldly things. They theoretically have no needs or desires. In India, again, like we talked about this, you'll see on the street, a yogi, just with a little loincloth on, and he appears to be, sort of out of his head or just sort of staring forth, and people will bring food to him, and people will, because theoretically he has no needs or desires. And that's considered a state of spiritual intelligence and maturity where you let go of the ego, all right, and you're in a state of divine purity. Again, this chapter 4 is, I think it's more for interest and understanding the culmination of this spiritual system, and that there are some who might choose, to go away and just let everything go and see if they can find some peace in this lifetime by moving away from, I'm ahead of myself, moving away from day-to-day living. So here is the other thing, this is the last thing. The Kaivalya is the spiritual seeker called a sadhaka, becomes free of, that's you, the renunciate who goes away, no longer has to satisfy these fourfold aims of life. Kelly, do we ask this on I think we might add, I think this is on your Sanskrit, on your one of your tests. Yep. So the fourfold aims of life, you should know this. Dharma, duty, the religion, your devotion, your call, Arjuna's dharma was to be a warrior. Yeah. Artha, that's your duty of earning a living. You have to make your way in the world. So if you're a renunciate, you don't have to do that. Kama. All right. Yeah, I know you've all heard of the Kama Sutra. Okay. But Kama is about enjoying life, the joy of being in life. Yeah. And moksha means complete freedom, complete liberation. All right. So somebody who's, a renunciate doesn't worry about any of these, doesn't partake in any of these. They're beyond the day-to-day living and the gravitational pull of the gunas, the energies that keep us moving and active through day-to-day living. Okay, there we go. Right. So, what do you think about that? You think about that?
I think you overwhelmed everyone.
Well, I can understand. I think it's an overwhelming chapter. Again, I can't tell you how many times I've read it and reread it and reread it and read commentaries, Edwin Bryant, all these, and I still go, And so, again, it's more for your edification so that you've been exposed to it. You can at least understand the basic concept. That's for people who are moving beyond day-to-day living, who, need more, want more, seek more than, a deep meditation practice and life will bring them. Anything to add, Kelly?
No, I think you did a good job covering it. Although the word is sadhaka.
Sadhaka, thank you. Sadhaka. All right, good. Okay, so
we have like 10 minutes and I can give out a Prakriti quiz.
Oh, good.
It's not really enough time to practice teach, so.
No, we didn't. No, there's no time. Yeah, give out the, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, since we have just a few minutes, this will only take 10 minutes. This is your exposition work.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you about that.
So this is to prepare you for the afternoon. I feel like I should ring the bell on the Yoga Sutra.
Oh, yeah. Ring the bell on the Yoga Sutra.
Right. I know, we finished the book. It deserves a
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you too, Lucy.
Yeah, it's really good work. I mean, that's tough philosophy to distill, so.
Yes.
Thank you, loves.
Yeah. All right, so where did I go back? Yeah, this one. So this is our quiz to prepare you for the afternoon. We'll talk about Ayurveda. You had one for homework, the Vikriti quiz.
Yes.
Which, if you read the instructions, you were supposed to answer based on how you've been feeling the last month.
Yeah.
So this one is the Prakriti quiz, and it's how you've been for your lifetime. Right, so think about your habits over the course of a lifetime as you answer these. And like I said, it'll take you 10 minutes or less. Thank you. And no one else is going to see this, so be honest. You don't have to show it to anybody. And while you're doing that, just so I don't forget, the June written review is take home, and I just printed them out for you so that way you'll have them. So I'm going to hand those out now, so you'll have yours. But
And then we'll review that in July.
we'll review it in July. Yes.
Okay.
So just put the written review away for now. And make sure you don't forget to do it for homework. There you
So on some of these, like if in the description, we only need part of it, can we still select it?
go. Yes. And you can check as many boxes as apply.
For the same thing, like, I'm looking at like spinning on a little bit of both.
Yeah.
You can be more than one dish.
Yeah, you can check both.
Okay, you can be tri-dish.
You can.
Oh, okay, thank you. That sounds like the gold medal. Okay.
Do the review for homework. Yeah, I'm just giving it to you now so I don't forget to give it to you. And again, you're answering based on your whole lifetime for this one. Yes. Here we go, and I'm gonna share my screen. Oops, hold on. Make sure that is ready for me. There we go. Okay, here we are. So we get to talk about one of my favorite subjects, Ayurveda. Anybody not heard of Ayurveda at this point? Good, so everyone has heard of Ayurveda, even if you don't quite know what it is, at least you've heard of it. So I really like this practice because, let me see if I can make this full screen here. There we go. I really like this practice because it kind of fills in the gaps with yoga practice. And they're sister practices, right? And they're sister practices because yoga and Ayurveda developed at the same time in history, in the same place, by the same people. So they go hand in hand that way. Does anybody have any ideas or impressions about Ayurveda? I'm curious to hear what folks think. Anybody?
It is science, it is healing methodology, uses food to heal the inner and outer body. There's also lifestyle suggestions. I love it so much.
I was going to say, you could write the textbook.
I love it.
That's very good, yeah.
I have figured like a little bit about the herbs, like the different herbal formulas. Because I used to work at like basically like a supplement shop.
Oh, cool.
Neat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are plenty of herbs and supplements that Ayurveda uses.
A doctor recommended triphala to me, which is an Ayurvedic herb, and that was like my first brushing with it. I just kind of knew it was about foods and herbs and supplements and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's much more to it.
Yeah, triphala.
Triphala, yeah.
Yeah, so.
The doctor pronounced it triphala, I pronounced it triphala. I just always thought it was.
Oh, that's funny.
So triphala.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It means 3 fruits, and the 3 fruits, like one each, supports each of the 3 doshas.
Okay.
So it's very good for digestion, is the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Did it work for you? Did you find it help?
Absolutely, yeah. It did many great things.
Excellent.
I'm using Triphala now. I've been using it for a long time, and that's what keeps everything really working well.
Excellent, yeah. Triphala, Triphala, Triphala. I have used it in the past. I'm not right now, but I definitely have used it, and I find that it can be very helpful. So yes, Ayurveda means the science of life, and it does use food as medicine, basically. We study it in YTT because it's connected to yoga, and it's so much more. We studied here to give you a taste of yoga's sister practice and to help understand your own self more fully, and even it can help you understand those around you as well when you understand more about like the doshas, for example. It can also help you to understand how to align with the rhythms of nature, because that really is what Ayurveda is all about. Okay, no, it's not going to let me advance. So frustrating. There we go. Okay. So I offer these chants because we've been talking about mantra a little bit, and Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. You might recognize at least part of that because Gang, we know, is the seed sound of Ganesha, and Ganapati is another one of the names of Ganesha, and it even says Ganesha right here, right? So Ganapati is the elephant-headed one, and this is just a different variation of the mantra that we learned last month. And so whenever we embark on a new study, it's nice to acknowledge where we are and where we want to go. And so a moment of mindfulness can support us on the path. One might argue that we as YTTs studying all day long have been mindful all day, but it is nice to pause for a moment. And quite often chanting is a way to recognize and even offer gratitude for those teachers who have gone before us. So Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Ganapati, or Ganesha, is the patron of arts and sciences, and he's the remover of obstacles. We talked about that before. Yogis often chant his name when beginning some endeavor. And then the second one here, Om Dhanvantariye Namaha. Dhanvantari is considered an avatar of Krishna, and he was the physician to the gods. So yogis will chant his name for good health and well-being, and he's believed to have encouraged the practice of Ayurveda, Dhanvantari. So Dhan is the seed sound for Dhanvantari, and Om Dhanvantariye Namaha is this mantra here. And then the third one I mentioned, Om Namah Shivaya. So Shiva, we've talked about, you've heard this word before. It's considered the supreme being. There's an infinite, expansive quality to Shiva, formless and unbound, related to just conscious awareness itself. And Shiva, as the mythological character, is known as the destroyer and the transformer. And yogis will chant Om Namah Shivaya for self-realization, to expand the mind. Om Namah Shivaya is to help get rid of anything that does not need to be here, like fear, anger, insecurity, racism, sexism, self-doubt. We can chant Om Namah Shivaya to let that stuff go and to really kind of clear the air. So what I'd like to do is just chant Om Namah Shivaya. We'll do it 8 times to embark upon our Ayurveda practice today. So just take a comfortable seat. You can put pens and pencils down for a moment. If it's comfortable for you, you can even close your eyes. Keep a soft gaze. I did hit record, right?
Yeah.
I did? Okay. Okay. So just say it once out loud so that we were comfortable with it.
Wait, actually, I'm sorry. I don't know if you're recording. I think that's the screen share.
Yeah, and I made it full screen, so.
Yeah. Yes, you did record.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just didn't want to lose that. All right. So say it with me. Om Namah Shivaya.
Shivaya.
Okay, great. So Om Namah Shivaya. 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 And then you guys are good. We can just sit in silence. We did 8 times. So just sit in silence for a moment and absorb the vibration from the chant. And again, we chant Om Namah Shivaya to help get rid of anything that doesn't need to be here. So, what is Ayurveda? Ayurveda is widely regarded as the oldest form of healthcare in the world, and it dates back at least 5,000 years. It's a sister practice to yoga, and it's considered preventive medicine. It seeks to stop discomfort or dis-ease before it starts. And Ayur means life, and Veda means knowledge or science. Therefore, Ayurveda means the science of life. And the primary purpose of Ayurveda is to create and maintain optimal health, to live a long and healthy life by aligning with the rhythms of nature. That's how Ayurveda helps to create optimal health, through this entrainment with the rhythms of nature. Ayurveda is a complete science of healing that focuses on the whole person. You can contrast that to Western medicine that really waits until you're experiencing symptoms before it has anything to offer. All right, so I don't like this forwarding. I might have to take it off of the full screen. So I think, yeah. So grandmother's wisdom. Ayurveda can be considered grandmother's wisdom. Ayurveda is the science of life, and yoga is the union of the self with the higher self. So Ayurveda is a companion science too, and it's also a medicinal branch of yoga practice. Whereas yoga's purpose is primarily one of self-realization and transformation, in order to actually achieve that transformation, it helps to be in good health. So Ayurveda is the thing that helps to bring us to good health. And Ayurveda is not like any other medical science because it's a complete philosophy of life. It's based on a vast system of ancient wisdom, and it provides guidance on a whole range of activities and lifestyles that are beneficial in maintaining the natural balance within the body, the mind, the senses, and the soul. So it takes each of these parts of the self into account. Traditionally, there are 8 branches of Ayurveda, and they include internal medicine, head and neck diseases, toxicology or the treatment of poisoning, psychiatry, pediatrics, rejuvenation, and then sex or aphrodisiac therapy, and also surgery, although surgery is not really used so much anymore. And then types of treatments that Ayurveda can offer include psychological treatments, in other words, examining oneself and one's physical, mental, and spiritual habits, spiritual counseling, daily practices and rituals, food and herbs, yoga practices, and also detoxification, like cleansing, for example. Okay, so Ayurveda's philosophical roots. Ayurveda's roots go back to the Vedas, the oldest known records of human civilization. We may have mentioned these before in here. I think the Rig Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, and Atharva Veda. So the very first word of the Rig Veda is Agni. Does anyone know what Agni means? Agni means fire, and it refers to the fire of digestion, but also just the fire that creates a transformation. We talk about Shiva as the destroyer. So something that lets go of something to bring something else into existence. Agni is the transformative fire. And we've talked about, I think, with the Yoga Sutras, the first word is, actually I can't even think of the first word right now, I'm drawing a blank. Maybe Lucy can help me out. The first word of the Yoga Sutras, Atta. Atta means now.
Atta Yoga, Sirsasana.
I said it and then I had a brain fart. So, and in the Gita, the first word of the Gita is Dharma. So, like the first word is sort of it's the seed that holds the information of the whole, that everything else unfurls from. And in the Rig Veda, the first word is Agni. So it's all about digestion, basically. Samkhya is one of the 6 schools of Hindu philosophy, and the word Samkhya means enumeration or to count. And it describes how consciousness evolves into matter through the 24 elements, the tattvas of creation. And we've definitely mentioned this a few times so far as well. So Samkhya counts all of the steps, like from the universal awareness down to the individual. And they say that there are 24 of them. Tantra adds more to it, but in Samkhya philosophy, originally there are 24. And each of those steps are called tattvas. Samkhya includes the 2 eternal principles of Purusha and Prakriti, which hopefully by now you know what each of these means. Purusha is consciousness or spirit, and Prakriti is matter. And yogis and schools of yoga equate Shiva with Purusha. So Shiva or Purusha can mean absolute truth or consciousness, blissfulness, the eternal, the one who is unbounded by all things and completely peaceful and radically free. So this is really the state that we can achieve through our yoga practice and through our good health as well. So Prakriti means primordial matter, and you could think of Prakriti as Mother Nature. Prakriti has 3 universal characteristics, and these are the gunas, which you've seen before. So sattva refers to light, harmony, purity, knowledge, balance, all of these things. Rajas is the busy energy. It's the active movement. There's restlessness with rajas. There's passion. There's drive with rajas. And then with tamas, there's more stability. It can lead to the point of immobility or even rigidity, or laziness, sometimes considered darkness or ignorance as well. But tamas is like the slowing down force, whereas raja is the speeding up force, and then sattva is that state of balance in the middle. These gunas show up in the Yoga Sutras, as we know, and also in the Gita. And each individual has varying amounts of these gunas in your nature. Like there's Prakriti for Mother Nature, but you also have a Prakriti, which is that quiz that you took a few moments ago, helping to define what your Prakriti actually is. Now, these gunas, they combine in different ways, in different proportions, to form the 5 great elements of nature. The Sanskrit term for the 5 great elements is Pancha Maha Bhuta. And you might remember from your Sanskrit vocabulary, pancha means?
5.
5, very good. And then maha is great. And then bhuta is element. So the 3 universal qualities or gunas are present in all creation and cause all phenomena. They combine and recombine, they form, reform, and transform in order to manifest the various aspects of nature and mind and body and senses. The 3 gunas, and it's okay to have the S on there or not, like in Sanskrit they don't actually have an S to make plural, so you can say guna and you still mean more than one. They create the 5 elements and therefore all of the objects of the created world. So if something is purely sattva, it's very spacious. And you may have heard your yoga teachers and your participations and observations talk about space a little bit. I know I talk about space quite a bit. Making space in the body helps us feel better. You know, we feel less compressed. And sattva directly relates to space. If sattva and rajas combine, then we have air. And think about air, it's still really subtle, right? But it has movement to it. Like the way that we know air is out there is we can feel the wind. So there's some movement to the sattva. There's rajas to the sattva to get air. And then when rajas is more dominant than the sattva, then we get fire, which also like doesn't have a shape and it spreads a lot and can be very dangerous, but it can also be very helpful too because we cook with fire. Now, when tamas comes into the picture, tamas and sattva make water, and then purely tamas is earth. It's very dense. It has like lots of form there. So what I would like to do now is to give you an experience of these 5 elements. So we're going to do a brief meditation, a 5 elements meditation. Please just set everything to the side and make yourself comfortable. Sorry that I'm turning away from some folks when I sit, but just take a comfortable seat, and if you want support for your back, that's fine, and you can rest your hands in your lap. You're welcome to close your eyes or keep a soft gaze, gently downward. And come to a place where you can relax and not be disturbed. I'm going to take a few full breaths here, in and out, and allow any cares or worries to flow away. In this meditation, we'll bring awareness to each of the 5 elements so that you can have an experience of them in your body. These 5 elements, they're within all of nature, but they're also within us. So inhale fully, exhale fully, diaphragmatic breath, and yet effortless breath. And we'll bring awareness to the earth element. Become aware of your own physical body. Notice the quality of heaviness in your hips, your legs, and your feet that hold you connected to the earth itself. Be present to your flesh and bones, the physicality of your body. Allow your physical form to settle into the support of the ground beneath you. Any part of your body that's touching the earth, imagine that you're extending roots down into the earth from those parts of the body. Notice the sense of stability that is associated with the earth element. Like a tree in the forest, feel rooted and grounded. Water. Become aware of the fluid quality deep within your abdomen. Your vital organs float in your abdomen the way water plants float in the sea. Imagine the blood moving through your veins. Approximately 3/4 of your body is made up of fluid. Notice the flexibility associated with the water element in your body. The wave-like rhythm of your breathing. This fluidity and gracefulness will help you to go with the flow. Fire. Now, notice the warmth in your body. Bring awareness just behind your navel and imagine a golden flame that assists in metabolism and transformation. The warmth from this flame just behind the belly button extends out through your arms and your legs to your hands and your feet. You feel vibrant, alive, creative, and able to find solutions to your problems. Be aware of the warmth in your body. Air. Let your breath deepen and become aware of the air moving through your nostrils and in and out of your lungs. Feel any currents of air on your skin. Imagine that vital energy moves from the nostrils to the lungs, to the heart, and through the entire rest of your body, nourishing every cell of your being. With this air element, you feel loving, compassionate, and friendly. Space. This is more subtle than air. Notice the empty spaces within your body. The empty spaces in your body reflect the vastness of outer space when you gaze at the starry night sky. Notice the space within your nostrils, the space in your sinuses, in your mouth. We also have space in the joints and the hollow organs of the body. Take a full breath in, and as you breathe out, become aware of the space in your mind as well. You feel anchored in the present moment with a sense of peacefulness pervading your entire being. The 5 elements within you are the same 5 elements that exist within other beings and in all of nature. Experience the connection of being in harmony with yourself, with other beings, and with nature surrounding you. And then to close our practice, you're invited to bring the palms of your hands together at your heart center. And just quietly on the inside, we'll say a little Om, the universal sound. As you're ready, you can release your hands and have a soft gaze as you open your eyes. What do you think? How did that feel? Spacious?
Had a flash of light at the end of my thing before I opened my eyes. That was really interesting. It was
Nice.
I don't know, something happened there.
Yeah, cool. Very cool. Yeah. Okay. Calming? Good.
Yeah.
You can feel the space in your nostrils? I love it. That's great.
Definitely feel lighter.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Good. I'm just going to bring Lucy back here so we can see her as well. She's not there. All right. So the Pancha Mahabhutas, the 5 great elements. According to Ayurveda, the entire cosmos is an interplay of these energies, of these 5 great elements. Space is sometimes called ether, and then air, fire, water, and earth. the elements exist within all of matter, and they're also present within each individual, just in different proportions. So I always feel like, there is a connection between all of us as humans, and even with animals and plants and things. And in many ways, I think it comes back to this, like we all have these qualities inside of us. Ayurveda groups the 5 elements into 3 basic types of energy or biological humors called dosha, or doshas. And dosha, the Sanskrit word, translates as fault, blemish, or imbalance. Now, don't get caught up in the sort of negative connotation here with fault or blemish, because it's simply in contrast to Purusha, which is considered pure and unblemished, right? So this is all Prakriti that we're talking about now, matter. And matter is limited, whereas Purusha, spirit, is unlimited. So that's why the blemish or the imbalance as opposed to unblemished and balanced. Ayurveda truly is the science of the doshas. And your dosha is your constitutional nature. So it's the qualities that you had when you were born, when you came into this world. With the 5 elements meditation, were there certain elements that you were more easily able to relate to? Did anybody notice that? It's subtle.
Space.
Space.
Yeah. You feel clear, more clear.
More clear?
Yeah.
And I also noticed that's in the yoga toolbox too, those.
Yeah, the images?
I like
that. The yoga toolbox combines Ayurvedic principles with that's why we wanted to have that. So good, I'm glad you noticed that. Yeah, so it's subtle, right? But it's possible that you do relate to some more than others. And an example that I have is like when I was growing up, I used to have dreams about water. They weren't really recurring dreams. They weren't really recurring dreams, but like, I would be swimming in water, or I'd be like sitting by the water, or, just there was water in my dreams. So I offer that as an example of like how one element might, be more, you might relate to one element more so than another one. So, and in contrast to that, like when I was working my day job, I used to work in an office, and right before I left to actually teach yoga full time, my dreams shifted actually. They shifted and I started dreaming about the desert, and there would be cactuses on fire. So there was a lot of like heat and fire, and I felt depleted. So I thought that was a really interesting thing, and that was like an indication that maybe things were out of balance a little bit because, dreams were shifting that way. But anyway, we can relate to these elements in different ways. That's just one of them.
That's interesting that you can kind of read your dreams through the lens of the elements.
Yeah.
And get meaning out of that. That's really interesting.
I thought so too. And like at the time, I didn't realize it, right? It's only since I learned Ayurveda after that and looking back.
Right. And then you started noticing it.
Yeah. Although at the time I knew I was depleted for sure.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm noticing it's out of focus here. There we go, that's better. Okay, so Vata, the first of the doshas, is made of space and air. And some qualities of Vata are going to be cold, dry, irregular, and even creative. That one might be a little more difficult to understand. But if you think about the air, like the wind blows and it's sort of irregular, right? We can't always determine how it's going to blow. And the wind is drying, and quite often it's cold as well. So these qualities kind of relate to Vata dosha. And then Pitta is a combination of fire and water. And so Pitta has a greater heat, right? It's oily, and in excess it can become irritable, but also like in balance, a person with a Pitta quality can accomplish a lot of things. They can be driven to really do many things. And then Kapha is a combination of earth and water. And so the qualities that arise from Kapha are cold and wet and stable and loving. So water is wet, right? Earth is cold quite often. And there's a stability there also. So with a Vata person, when the Vata quality is balanced, that person can be active, energetic, and creative, able to think outside the box and adaptable. If Vata is imbalanced, then one might feel ungrounded or spacey. They might not be dependable or loyal companions. And then with Pitta, when Pitta is balanced, a person can be focused and able to accomplish really great things. They'll be strong-willed, they'll have a good memory, and be courageous. Not necessarily all at once, but these are qualities that a Pitta can have. When Pitta is imbalanced, one gets irritable and impatient and even hot-tempered. And that's like right there in the phrase, right? Hot-tempered. Kapha, when Kapha is balanced, the person will be nurturing and loyal and dependable. A Kapha person is going to be full of love and compassion and stamina as well. When Kapha is imbalanced, one might experience jealousy, or even one might hold on to weight, one might be overweight, one might feel unmotivated or uninspired. So you can see how these different qualities, they kind of relate to the characteristics of the doshas as well. So Prakriti, it means nature, and it also refers to your own personal nature, your innate constitution. Everyone is born with a specific amount of space, air, fire, water, and earth. Each person has a unique proportion of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, and this is your natural innate constitution called your Prakriti. The proportion varies according to each individual, and usually one or two doshas will predominate. It's kind of rare that you get all three. Usually one or two predominate. Doshas are continually interacting within each person and within all of nature, and this can explain why people can have much in common with each other, like if they have a similar dosha, but still have an endless variety of individual differences, and that's regarding behavior or even reaction to environmental factors. Doshas are the primary forces and the subtle substance behind all physical and psychological functions. And if we just go back to, the qualities here, the qualities in nature, I mean, there's a lot of mobility or stability. There's like the full spectrum of experience in the qualities in nature as well. So there are 7 main constitutional types. We've got the 3 we just named, the doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Okay, those are 3 of them. And then you could have Vata and Pitta combined in different proportions. You could have Pitta and Kapha combined in different proportions. You could have Kapha and Vata combined in different proportions. And then also the 7th is the tridoshic, where the 3 are really in balance. And again, I mean, it may come out on your Prakriti quiz that you have more balance there, but that's not necessarily the case, because it is difficult to figure out what's going on for your own self sometimes. So tridoshic is more rare. Understanding different natures is a great way to provide more compassion for those around you as well, right? Because, for example, my partner has a really difficult time completing projects. He loves to start stuff, and and he's got all these creative ideas, and he wants to do all these things, and he'll get 90% done, and then he just moves on to something else. So, which dosha do you think that might be?
Air, probably.
Vata, yeah, definitely air. So, I mean, he's great and he has all these creative ideas. It's just you just need that extra little push. So when you understand that that's someone's innate quality, it's easier to have compassion for that and kind of let it go, rather than the Pitta getting irritable about nothing being done. All right. So more about Prakriti. Prakriti is your basic constitution. The unique combination of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha is determined at the time of conception, and it's fixed throughout your lifetime. So that's why when you were taking the Prakriti quiz, you were supposed to think about how you've been for most of your life. Every individual has a distinct balance, and our health and well-being depend on getting a proper balance of the 3 doshas. And the proper balance is based on your Prakriti. So when we talk about balance, we're not talking about tridosha. We don't need Vata, Pitta, and Kapha to be all the same number on your quiz, right? We want Vata and Pitta and Kapha to be the numbers that were your numbers when you were born. because that's your state of balance. Like when you first come into the world, that is when your constitution is determined. When any of the doshas accumulate in the body beyond the desirable limit, and that could be due to diet or lifestyle or other factors, the body loses its balance and can move into a state of dis-ease. So again, with any Ayurvedic treatment, we're not trying to balance all three of the doshas. We're just trying to reduce the excess of any particular dosha. And for example, like in the summertime when the sun is really hot and maybe you're a little dehydrated, you haven't drank enough water, then it's easier to become irritable, for example. You might develop a skin rash. That would be a pitta condition. So, let's see. Dr. Vasant Lad, I mentioned him the other day. He is the head of the Ayurvedic Institute, which recently moved from Santa Fe to Asheville, North Carolina. If anyone's interested in Ayurveda, I highly recommend studying with him. And he has textbooks out there also, and you can go to the Ayurvedic Institute and study there as well. But anyway, Vasant Lad, V-A-S-A-N-T. And his last name is Lad. I think I wrote that in the at the end. I think his name is on there. Yes, the textbook of Ayurveda. So in the very last slide, you have his name written down.
And it's also on our bibliography, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, you're right, Lucy. He is there as well. So Dr. Lad says, the doshas are a protective barrier for your conscious awareness that's constantly exposed to the external environment. So if you know your dosha, you will know the proper diet for you, the appropriate amount of exercise for you, and the kind of lifestyle that supports you and your self-realization the most. So like a pitta person will thrive in a challenging environment, right? But if you have more kapha in you, then the challenging environment might like burn you out, and then you would not thrive there. So depending on your constitution, that can help inform the lifestyle that you would choose. All right, so Vikriti is your current constitution. So this is any excess or any imbalance that you might be experiencing in the present moment. Any imbalance from your natural state is your Vikriti. And Vikriti is the present state of your doshas. So Ayurveda observes and treats Vikriti. And the reason I gave you the two quizzes separately is so you wouldn't get confused. Like one is in the last month or so, how you've been feeling. The other is for your whole lifetime. It's easy, I think, to confuse them if you're doing them at the same time. But Ayurveda treats what's going on right now. So your Vikriti changes depending on various internal and external factors, like how old you are. We'll see that in a few minutes. The stages of life have different doshas associated with them. Your diet, every food has a different combination of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha in it. So it's going to either cause excess or balance or deficiency, depending on the foods that you eat. Your occupation, your stress level, your state of mind, the current season, like we're in summer now. Summer's very hot, summer's very Pitta. And like for example, spring is going to be cooler and wetter. So spring is more Kapha. And then it's actually autumn that is more Vata. The climate that you live in and your environment, these all are factors that can affect the Vikriti. When we're out of balance or become ill, our symptoms represent imbalances in Vata, Pitta, or Kapha. And the interesting thing is, the more imbalanced you are, the more you tend to move towards things that take you further out of balance. It's like a snowball effect. So the more in balance, the more balanced you are, the more you're likely to make choices that will help keep you balanced. And again, it's a snowball effect the other way too. And we're continually being pulled back and forth between balance or imbalance, excess, deficiency, or balance. And we're more likely to make the decisions based on where we are. So it's like a little bit of momentum. Has anyone ever noticed, like, have you ever stopped sugar for a little while? I know Lucy has.
Yeah.
So I'm in that phase right now. Just say it again.
I said, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right. I'm doing that right now. For the last week, I stopped eating sugar. And like, I've got the cookies in the cabinet, you know. But what I realize is that right now, I don't really want the sugar. Like, I don't actually miss it, you know. So you'll notice over time with your practice that and the other thing I notice is like when I have some cookies, then the next day I want more cookies, right? It just goes in that direction. So it's an interesting thing to be aware of that way.
And I think the other thing is, Kels, is like, you know, I haven't had any sugar, cane sugar for a couple of years, but now that friends are bringing me meals, somebody brought some, you know, some coconut rice pudding, and then Kelly brought this gluten-free chocolate small tort bomb. Okay, so I thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? These are gifts. So I have divided each of those into 4 so that I'm getting a taste of, and they taste so sweet because I'm not used to having sugar. But the thing is, I think, yes, you want to get, if I had that whole chocolate thing, I'd be craving more. But I think now that my body's not used to it, I cut it into 4s and spread it out over 4 days. It was like a little treat, but it wasn't pulling me off the path. Although
Yeah.
I sure would like to know where she got it. just in case.
Right. Yeah, you can manage the craving more. When
yeah.
when I stopped eating meat, like the thing that I really couldn't give up was McDonald's French fries and Coca-Cola. And it's like, you know, so that would be my treat. Every once in a while I would just go to McDonald's and get French fries and Coca-Cola. And I found, like, over time, it took many years, but over time it's like, oh, I don't really need that anymore. And so I don't remember the last time that I did that, but just another example. It doesn't have to be sugar, you know, it can be other things too, for sure. And to give you an idea with each of the doshas, like if kapha is out of balance, so kapha is made of earth and water. So if earth and water are in excess in your body, what do you think that might lead to? Tiredness, yes.
I just said lethargy, same thing.
Lethargy, yeah. Yeah, so also congestion, right? So like allergies are a kapha condition because there's congestion. You know, the mucus is like sticky, like mud. When earth and water makes mud, right? So mucus is sticky, kind of like mud. So when kapha is out of balance, that can lead to congestion. When pitta is in excess, when we've got excess fire, what might that lead to? It's a word that we hear a lot of.
Fever.
Rashes, yeah. Say it again.
Heartburn.
Heartburn, yes. What did you say, Nathaniel?
Fever or dehydration.
Yeah, fever, for sure. Dehydration too. Pitta is actually a combination of fire and water, so potentially dehydration also. Inflammation. Inflammation is a big one. I feel like I read that in the news all the time now. So when pitta is out of balance, it can lead to inflammation. And when vata is out of balance, this one's a little harder to figure out. What do you think when vata is out of balance?
Spaciness, brain fog,
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yes. Pain. When you have pain in your joints, that's a vata imbalance. So, I mean, this is a simplified way to think of it, but that gives you sort of a guideline to figure out there. So treatment of an imbalance in the doshas is going to look at diet and lifestyle changes first, right? So say it's the summertime and you love really spicy food and perhaps, you know, a beer on the weekends or whatever. Alcohol is known as fire water. So right there, it's like high pitta. So if you're feeling irritable and it's the summertime, think about what you're eating. Perhaps something that would be more cooling, like for example, cucumbers or melons or something like that. You know, fruit juices can help to balance that. There's a whole science behind that. I'm definitely simplifying it, but I want to give you an idea of how you would create balance. And Ayurveda looks at diet and lifestyle changes first. So if it's the middle of the summer, you're feeling irritable, but you love to run 10 miles a day, you know, maybe that's pushing just a little bit too hard. Perhaps you can do 5 miles and then do a little more yoga. That's calming and cooling, for example. Ayurveda also uses more powerful cleansing activities, and you can have these done at the Ayurvedic Institute as well. And some examples are, panchakarma is the word for it. There are 5 actions, and the 5 actions are emesis and purgation. So that even like they're pretty powerful therapies, like vomiting, for example, or enema, or you can instill oils into the nostrils that are medicated, and that will draw herbs directly into your body to help bring balance as well. So diet and lifestyle first, and then you can go to stronger therapies like the Panchakarma as well. All right, so let's talk about the Prakriti test for just a moment. Did you count up the numbers for your Prakriti? That's the one that you just took, the Prakriti. So anyone want to share? Don't feel obligated to. I told you don't have to share. Yeah, go ahead, Bridget.
I'm extremely pitta, like fiery, always been that way. I digest things very fast. I always have to slow my digestion down with things like cilantro and cucumbers.
Yeah.
Basil. I do get like eczema if I'm out of whack. I do also, if I drink alcohol, I get really hot. I can't sleep as well.
Yeah. All pitta.
So I'm extremely pitta. So like Remy, I did like a 10-day food journal, and then handed it to Remy, and she gave me pointers, and some of those I've stuck with, and one of them was like lemon water first thing, sitting down and eating the meal instead of like being in front of your desk and like housing all the food. That was one thing that is really hard.
Yeah.
But still attempting to try to sit down and have a meal.
Yeah.
That's like our busy lifestyle.
Taste is the first part of digestion. So like when you actually sit and slow down to eat your meal, when you taste your food, it prepares the GI tract to digest. So yeah, it's really important.
Yeah. And the other thing was like not drinking while you consume a meal, drinking 30 minutes after, and also not eating fruit with the meal, eating fruit at a separate time during the day.
Yeah.
Those things have been challenging, but also I kind of know I just have these little rules in my head, like, oh yeah, I can't have the salad with fruit in it. I'll have the fruit later and do. So yeah, it's been years of awesome Ayurvedic attempts because it's so hard. And also we've done the cleanse with Khichdi cleanse every fall and spring. But I can't eat khichdi for a week straight. It's too much. I'll try it again. But it's really delicious and filling, and really, I'm sure you'll touch on it. So I don't know.
Yeah, we're not going to go into that a whole lot today, but khichdi is one of the meals in Ayurveda. It's very easy to digest. It has rice and it has lentils in it, and then spices that are really good for your digestion, like ginger and cumin and coriander, fennel. These spices that are good for digestion. So you can do a khichdi cleanse. Like when I do one, I usually have fruit for breakfast, and then I'll have khichdi for lunch and dinner because it's a lot of khichdi to have it for all of your meals. Yeah, but it's
so good.
It is really good. Yeah. So yeah, and the other things that Bridget is mentioning, like not eating fruit with meals, there are certain rules of digestion, and that's definitely one of them.
Just might be pitta, I'm not sure.
No, that's for everybody actually, but it will aggravate pitta.
Yeah.
So the reason is because fruit it digests really quickly, and other foods like rice or beans or meat especially takes a lot longer to digest. So the stomach has to work a little bit harder, and you've got like things digesting faster and things digesting slower, and it like forms gas and bloating and things like that because that's happening. So just really briefly to say about that.
And sweets too. Sweets should be like 30 minutes after a meal, not right after a meal.
There's a lot to
hard.
it.
It's
Right.
really hard.
Right.
Why is that exactly?
It's a different digestive, same thing, it digests probably faster.
Yeah.
Sweets, like,
Well, and especially like refined sugar, anything that's more refined, like refined white flour also will have a similar effect. It just goes through your system really fast because it's refined, like the fiber is taken out of it and stuff like that.
Makes sense.
Did anyone have a result in their property quiz that they were surprised about? Yeah, Liz.
I was surprised that I was almost even for like 2 of them. Like Vata I had 20, and then for Pitta I had 17.
Uh-huh.
So I was like,
So you'd be a Vata Pitta
it's like they're, yeah.
combination of those two. Yeah. I'm Pitta Kapha. So I've got a lot of Vata too, but Pitta Kapha, yeah.
So the higher score comes first when you.
Yeah, it does. It does. And here's, go ahead, Christine.
Well, and how far apart, like, if you're 3 or 4 numbers apart, that's a combination, or like, but 8 numbers apart, that's not a combination. Do you know what I mean? Like you're.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have one that's higher and then 2 that are more equal. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
Yeah, like she said, how many apart was your score? 3. Okay, 3. Mine's like 4 apart, so does that mean it's a
Yeah, so
combination?
it's probably pretty similar. Yeah, like
Okay.
the dual dosha. Here's the thing: it's really difficult to analyze yourself. And if you really want to know what your property is, then it's beneficial to see an Ayurvedic doctor because they'll take your pulse. So they use 3 fingers, and then they can feel the pulse. And one finger represents Vata, Pitta, Kapha. They're feeling different pulses in your hand, so or in your on your veins, and that is a more accurate way to figure it out. So this quiz is designed to help you to get an idea of what your constitution is, but just know that it's not perfect because you might have had to check 2 or 3 in each category. So it's difficult to tell, and an Ayurvedic doctor will be able to take your pulse, and that's a more accurate reading of what your constitution really is. But still, the quiz I think can be informative. All right. So, you know what? Let's start with the Vikriti test now too before we move on. The Vikriti test was the one that you had for homework. So in that one, who wants to share? Like, did you have a high score for any of the 3, or was it lower, or what did you find out in your Vikriti test? The idea there was that you're supposed to place a check mark by each of the qualities that you are experiencing. And so in that case, the more qualities that you're checking, it means the more of that dosha has accumulated for you at this time, right? So, so anybody want to share about that? Liz, go ahead.
I was surprised that like all of mine were pretty much the same number. Like I got like a 5, 5, and a 6. So I'm like, what does that mean? Is that balance, or is that away from, too far from what I'm supposed to be?
Yeah, so that's where it gets confusing. The higher the number, the more that dosha has accumulated for you. So, so what we want to do is bring the numbers, like 6 and 5, down to low numbers, is what we're after for Vikriti. Because the Vikriti quiz shows what might be in excess. So that's what brings us out of balance when something is accumulated more than your natural state. Does that help?
Screwed. No, I'm just kidding.
No, because you had 5s instead of 10s.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. I mean, if you had a 10, don't feel bad, right? It just shows that maybe some lifestyle change can be helpful for you. Did anyone get a higher number than a 5?
I have 2 6s.
2 6s? 4, which ones?
Vata and Pitta.
Vata and Pitta. So then you might choose, I mean, we could look at diet, we could look at lifestyle to help bring those back down. So for Vata, like the yoga practice we did this morning, very grounding practice, that's going to help bring the Vata number down. And then with Pitta, I mentioned the cucumbers and the melons, and Bridget mentioned cilantro also. And those things can help bring down. And even like a cooling meditation practice, or like a walk in the woods when the sun is not shining brightly or something like that can help to bring those down. Someone else raised their hand. Michelle, you
I was saying this one.
Okay, okay. So similar things.
Yeah,
right?
6, 6.
There's 7 in Vata.
7 in Vata? Yeah, okay, so that.
I had Pitta and Kapha.
Pitta.
Pitta Kapha mainly for this, and so I don't know what the relationship having 7.
So if you had Pitta Kapha in your constitution, then in your Vikriti, that the Vata is higher, like what Ayurveda would say is, well, we want to treat what's in excess right now. So you would want to do things that help to reduce Vata. Vata is air and space, so to reduce, you want to do the opposite, like what's earthy and watery. That's going to help ground you more and bring more steadiness.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's whole lists of foods too online. Just look up Vata foods, Pitta foods, Kapha foods.
Yeah.
Start adding more of what you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing is what eat seasonally.
Yes, we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Yeah, I mean, we only have a few hours today, and there's like so much to go into, so we're just barely skimming the surface. But internet is a good resource. Okay. So, living in harmony. In order to live a healthy life, we need to acknowledge and allow our unique combination of elements, our individual nature, prakriti. We need to allow that to be, right? We need to acknowledge it. So, so Ayurveda is preventive medicine, and through diet and lifestyle guidelines, Ayurveda practices help to reduce the excess in doshas in order to return your Vikriti, your current state, to your prakriti, your state of balance. So, for example, with Nathaniel, he had higher Pitta and Kapha in his prakriti constitution, his lifelong constitution. But right now, Vata's a little out of balance. So can we bring the Vata out of excess and back to a more neutralized state so that he returns to his prakriti, his natural state? Right? Let's see. Living in accordance with the natural world supports this balance. This means adjusting our behavior and diet according to the rhythm of the season. And like Bridget just mentioned, eating seasonally. In the summer, there's excess heat, so you want to eat cooling foods. In the winter, it's cold and wet in the winter, so then we would choose lighter foods. But at the same time, like root vegetables are actually really helpful in the winter time. And there are many herbs that have different qualities also. Like cayenne pepper is going to be very heating, versus cilantro we mentioned. Even cinnamon is more cooling, more balancing, right? So you can use herbs as much as you can use foods to help balance your diet according to season, according to the time of day, right? And we'll get to this more in a minute, there are different doshas associated with different times of day as well. And for example, an easy one to think about is at noon, the sun is the highest in the sky, and so that's the most fiery, that's the most pitta time of the day. So that's actually when we want to eat our largest meal. You know, lunch, ideally, according to Ayurveda, lunch will be the largest meal because when the sun is high in the sky, that fire is the strongest. So the Agni, the fire of digestion, will help digest the largest meal. And then also stage of life, which we will get into a little more in a few minutes. But like babies, they're so like chubby and so cute. So babies have a lot of kapha in them, for example. So svasta is the Sanskrit word for good health. And Ayurveda's definition of good health means to be situated within oneself. And so that suggests that we are in balance in all expressions of physical and subtle bodies, in the mind, in the senses, and the soul. So contrast that with Western medicine. Western medicine waits for symptoms to appear before it offers any treatment. But with Ayurveda, it's more intuitive. Like if you recognize that you're feeling more irritable, for example, or you get a rash on your skin, these are easy things to identify, then you know that your pitta is a little out of balance. So what can you do to help cool the pitta a little bit? All right. Do we need a little break? Or are we good? Okay. So we'll move on then. So how do we actually determine balance in Ayurveda? So Ayurveda uses these 10 pairs of opposites, and they're called 20 gunas. And these are actually gunas with a little g versus gunas with a capital G, which are sattva, rajas, and tamas, right? So sattva, rajas, and tamas, those are the the major gunas. And then we have these 10 pairs of opposites that are also qualities, so therefore we use the word guna to describe them. And these 20 gunas, the 10 pairs of opposites, are the language of Ayurveda. These are the words that we use to describe our current condition. We use these words to describe foods and the weather and the environment, and we can use these words to describe most anything to help determine, how we would find our balance. And these qualities are energetic qualities as much as they are physical qualities. So we'll just take the first pair, heavy and light. I gave you all the Sanskrit, you don't have to know any of that. But heavy, like what would be something heavy? Sure, or any wise. Chili, right, because it's got beans. I mean, often it has like ground beef or something like that. It's very grounding. Even like root vegetables are going to be more heavy as far as foods. I mean, in nature, we think of like boulders or big rocks. Those are earthy and heavy as well. For our purposes, food and herbs are going to be more helpful here. But heaviness promotes growth, weight gain, and even sleep. There's a certain lethargy to heaviness. And foods that are heavy are meat, cheese, peanuts, yogurt, sugar, and then a thing to do in the daytime that is heavy is napping. Taking a nap has a heavy quality to it. And then contrast that with lightness. Something that's light is going to bring alertness and attentiveness. And so foods that are light in quality are going to be things like quinoa and popcorn. And even rice would be light. Salads, ginger as far as a spice. And something, there are different activities that make us feel light as well, like meditation. So several of you said that it made you feel light, this meditation that we just did. So that would be the first pair of opposites. And then we've got slow or dull in contrast to sharp. So something that's slow is going to promote relaxation and calm, but it can also lead to sluggishness if it's in excess. And then sharp would be the opposite. Sharp is like fire. It improves learning and concentration, and it can improve comprehension as well. So chili peppers, cayenne, onions, garlic, mustards, these are all things that have a sharpness to their taste. Stepping out of your comfort zone is going to have a bit of sharpness to it, right? It's challenging to do that, and so it's not necessarily comfortable. Hence the phrase, stepping out of your comfort zone. Cold versus hot. So cold quality promotes contraction, right? And then a hot quality will be the opposite. It will promote expansion. Cold promotes not just contraction, but even stagnation, and it can lead to fear. An excess of cold can bring mucus into the body as well. Whereas hot is more of an expansive quality. A hot quality can help stimulate digestive fire. It will improve circulation and assimilation as well, absorbing nutrients, for example. So hot and sharp, they have a lot of similar qualities to them, but simply like hot tea, for example, or hot chocolate or something, that's going to have the hot quality to it. But also we could think of spiciness. I mentioned alcohol before, but like chai, the spicy tea that comes from India, that has a hot quality. Not just because of the temperature, but also because of the spices. Exercising to the point of sweating. So this was the thing for me, like when I first started yoga, I really just did not want to sweat. Like I want to exercise, but I don't want to sweat. So I'm going to do yoga. And I have since changed my tune because I do tend towards excess kapha. And kapha is cold and heavy. So like the sweating stimulates the circulation. There's heat there that once you sweat, actually, that you're helping to like release that which is heavy and stagnant. You're improving your circulation. So does this kind of make sense? It's a bit intuitive, I hope. It's intuitive for you. I'm not going to go through the whole list here, but I'll touch on a few. We've got, the next one is oily and dry. So the oily quality, that one sometimes is a little more challenging to understand, but like any of the oils, avocado oil, olive oil, vegetable oil, any of those are going to have an oily quality to them. Coconuts, avocados themselves, nuts, cheese, they're all oily. And this oily quality, it lubricates, it leads to smoothness and even vigor, and it's actually leads to the sense of love as well. Like in Ayurveda, one of the practices is oil massage, self-massage with oil. And the oils will have different herbs in them. So, you know, if you're Vata, it's going to have grounding or heating herbs. If you're Pitta, it's going to have cooling herbs. If you're Kapha, it's going to have stimulating herbs in this oil. And if you rub the oil on your skin, it's like so great for self-care. It really feels like you're just loving yourself as you rub the oil on your skin.
Is unctuous just a synonym for oily? Or?
Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, unctuous. It's a good one. It basically means oily.
Okay.
So Abhyanga is what this self-massage with oil is called, and it's a good practice. When we do the Ayurveda immersion, Rumi and I are going to offer it starting next January. We bring in some oils, and you get to massage your feet in class, and it's just like, it's a great little intro, and then you never want to stop after that. So I'll just mention that, like, you can use olive oil if you have at home. If you have high Vata, sesame oil is going to be really good because sesame has a heating quality to it. Just before you go to, if you're having trouble sleeping, and even if you're not, before you go to bed at night, just rub some oil on your feet and then put socks on so you don't mess up your sheets, old socks, and see how you sleep
Sesame.
after that.
Oh.
So sesame is actually good for everyone but Pitta. Sesame is good for Vata or Kapha. And then for Pitta, avocado oil is a good one. Even like safflower oil or sunflower oil.
Nothing added to it?
You don't have to. Like Banyan Botanicals is a really great company, and their products are really clean. They're like organic and fresh. So Banyan has massage oil for each of the doshas, and it'll have a combination of herbs in it. But like if you don't have that, you can just use sesame oil, like cooking sesame oil basically. But you can also, like at a natural food store, you can get massage oil. It's basically food grade, but you don't have to eat with it.
What about coconut oil?
Coconut oil is very cooling, thank you. Coconut would be good for Pitta. Yeah, thank you. All right. Let me see if I can hit some other highlights of these 10 pairs of opposites. In the Ayurveda immersion, we go into this in a little more detail. But clear and sticky is a good one. That's the last one on the pairs here. So clear quality will be pacifying. A clear quality will promote clear thinking, basically. And it can, but in excess, a clear quality could create isolation. And when we think of clear things like fresh water, vegetable juice is going to be something, a food with a clear quality to it. Exercising to the point of sweat helps to create clarity. And then doing a cleanse, like a khichdi cleanse, or you know, what seems kind of popular right now is the intermittent fasting. That also can help promote clarity too. I mean, anything in excess is not gonna, it's gonna be too much, right? But a little bit of cleansing can be really helpful and promote clarity. And the opposite would be sticky or cloudy. And we even have that in our phrasing. It's like, well, my mind feels a little cloudy today. I don't want to make this decision, for example, right? So something that is sticky is going to cause cohesiveness in the body and mind, which is important. But in excess, stickiness could cause attachment, jealousy, you know, that kind of thing. Misperception even. All right, any questions on the 10 pairs of opposites? Again, I'll just say that this is really the language of Ayurveda. These are the basic terms that we use to help figure out how do we create balance and when are things out of balance. And so a big principle in Ayurveda is that like increases like. If you have excess air and you add more air and space, like the cold qualities, the dry, the irregular qualities, then you're going to get more of the Vata. And if you have something that's fiery, like you're already feeling irritable, and then you eat something that's fiery, like cayenne pepper in your chili, that's going to lead to more fire. You'll get heartburn. And then with earth and water, if you add more earth and water, like sweets are really good with this one, gluten, a lot of gluten, you know, like cookies and cakes and things like that, then that's going to add to more earth and water. And then we get stuck in our ways. You know, it's hard to be motivated to get off the couch, or you don't wake up, or you don't get out of bed until 11 in the morning or something like that. So the principle in Ayurveda is that like increases like, and opposites will balance each other. So if a person is already highly agitated and anxious, drinking caffeine and eating popcorn is going to make that worse, right? Because it'll add to that agitation. And if a person is overweight and unmotivated, then eating like grilled cheese, for example, that's going to be very heavy, and it's going to make that more earthy and watery. So what we want to do is apply the opposites. And to know what the opposites are, we go back to this chart, the pairs of opposites. Now, each of the doshas have different qualities based on the 10 pairs of opposites for them. So Vata, which is a combination of space and air, is going to be light. Vata tends to be sharp. There's a coolness to Vata. Vata is very dry. Like if you have dry skin, or if, you know, in the fall or early winter, your fingernails get brittle, that's going to be dryness. Roughness to your skin, these are Vata qualities. Vata is also mobile and subtle and clear. And then for Pitta, Pitta is very light, fire, helps to evaporate the water, so there's a lightness there. There's a sharpness. Pitta is hot and oily even. Pitta could be either rough or slimy and smooth. And there's a liquid quality to it. Water is part of Pitta. And Pitta is very mobile also. Think of fires that spread around. And then for Kapha, the qualities are heaviness, slow or dullness, cold and oily, slimy or smooth, could be either, slimy or smooth. Could be either dense or liquid. Could be soft or hard, depending. And static and gross, and sticky and cloudy. So this is how we start to recognize what's going to help bring us back into balance, knowing these doshic attributes here. If a person has high Vata, they may have difficulty making decisions. They may feel ungrounded or spacey or unable to focus. So we would apply opposites to help return to balance. So we would need heavy quality. We would need some slowness or dullness to our foods or our lifestyle activities. We would want more heating things and more oily things and more like slimy smooth kind of qualities to us. Something that's more static and grounding will help as well. So like a soak in a hot tub would help to balance Vata a bit. Dinner, including root vegetables, is going to help balance Vata. A person that has high Pitta might be irritable and easily angered. They might lack patience. They might lack patience as well. So a Pitta person, we would want to cultivate more slowness. We would want to cultivate more heaviness in food and in lifestyle activities. Cultivating gratitude, that's a way to help cool the Pitta. Cooling activities like swimming or just walking in nature, you know, among the trees is going to help cool a Pitta temper. If a person is high in Kapha, they might have a tendency to oversleep. They might turn up late to meetings. And on a more positive side, they might be really huggable. Like Oprah Winfrey, for example, she has a lot of Kapha in her. If anyone remembers Moses Brown, he used to teach here. Moses has a lot of Kapha in him. And Moses, he was like the king of hugs. Yeah. So that is Kapha in balance. A Kapha person might need more stimulation. So for a Kapha, caffeine might be helpful. Whereas caffeine for a Vata is just going to take them over the edge. Right? So it depends on your constitution, your qualities, as far as what's going to help balance you. A Kapha can use a little more exercise and movement, but the Kapha is the one who might not want to actually do that. So just taking a 15-minute walk will help to stimulate the kapha, but not, overheat either. All right. And again, each of these qualities, they apply to each of us, but they also apply to nature around us. And so, regarding the rhythms of nature, we've got daily rhythms, we've got seasonal rhythms, and we've got life cycle rhythms. I found this chart really helpful and informative. For kapha, the daily time for kapha is 6 to 10 a.m. and also 6 to 10 p.m. So we cycle through the doshas twice in a 24-hour period. Now it says 6 o'clock here, but that 6 is going to be variable. It's basically sunrise or sunset. And so in the summer it might be like 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Because day is longer, right? So 6 is just a general rule. And then to approximately 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., that's going to be the kapha season. And then 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. is going to be the pitta time of day. And I already mentioned that's when the sun is highest in the sky, so we've got the most fire in us. It's the time to eat the foods that take a little more digestion for them when we eat the most food. So in general, if you can have like a healthy lunch between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., that will support good digestion. And then it's also 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. So in Ayurveda, it recommends in general that we try to be in bed by 10 p.m. so that you're resting during the pitta time of night, because throughout the day you've taken in all of this stimulation, like through all of your senses, what we see, hear, smell, and taste, all of these things. So if we're resting during the pitta time of night, that's when the fire is more internal, but it cranks up to help digest the experiences. So just something to consider there between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. And then the Vata time of day is going to be between 2 a.m. and sunrise and 2 p.m. and sunset. So in the Vata time, have you ever noticed that you might wake up somewhere between 2 a.m. and 6 or sunrise? I've been doing that lately, waking up really early in the morning. So waking up during the Vata time, because there's a little more stimulation going on. Even when you're resting, the mind gets a little more stimulated. It's sometimes easier to wake up during that time period. But in the afternoon between 2 and 6 p.m., often that's a time when we get a lot done. Or maybe it's a time when we're spending a lot of time with our kids, and of course they're very active and mobile and that kind of thing. So the Vata times of day. And then seasonally, Ayurveda looks at 3 seasons really instead of 4. Kapha season is late winter to early spring. And of course that's when there's still a lot of darkness. The day isn't super long yet. The amount of sunlight isn't a lot just yet. And there's a lot of rain. So, and spring is very fecund, right? All of the seeds are starting to sprout and grow. So there's a kapha quality to that. And that actually relates to the life cycle as well, because babies, I mentioned already, they've got chubby cheeks, and they're just so huggable and lovable. So that's the kapha time of life as well, from birth to early adulthood. And then seasonally, when we get to late spring, that's when it starts heating up a little bit more. Late spring and summer is going to be the pitta time of the year, and midlife is going to be the pitta time of the life cycle. And of course, that's when we're having a family, we have a career, we're the most busy in our lives in midlife. And then Vata season is going to be fall and early winter. And think about what happens in the autumn. The leaves.
Shedding.
Yeah, the leaves dry up and they fall off the trees. So there's a dryness, there's even a bit of roughness, there's a lot of wind blowing in the fall and early winter as well. So that's the Vata time of year. And the life cycle relates to the wisdom years. Once we go into retirement, it's also more subtle. Meditation gets better, especially if you've been practicing yoga, throughout your life. As we get to the wisdom years, there's more wisdom there. So there's that.
I have a question.
Yeah, Liz.
The time of year that you're born, depending on where nature is, does that influence your dosha?
I feel like it would.
Yeah, it can, for sure. So yes, is the answer to that. Like, so when were you born? Like, what time? What season?
September, so fall.
Yeah, yeah, and you do have Vata in your constitution. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not always one-to-one, but it can influence, for sure. Okay. Other questions on the rhythms of nature? We went through this really quickly. So John O'Donohue, he in his book Anam Kara, he talks about a day. In Ayurveda, we have what's called dinacharya, and dinacharya means daily routine, what you do from sunrise to sunset. And I just really like this quote: "Possibility and change become growth within the shape of time that we call a day. Days are where we live. This rhythm shapes our lives. Your life takes the form of each new day that is given to you. A day is precious because each day is essentially the microcosm of your whole life. Each new day offers possibilities and promises that were never seen before. To engage with honor the full possibility of your life is to engage in a worthy way the possibility of your new day." I just think that's really nice. So each new day we awaken to new possibilities. And so, as far as daily rhythm goes, Ayurveda looks at the Ayurvedic clock. And a daily rhythm is going to suggest when to sleep, when to eat, when to exercise. A seasonal rhythm will suggest how much sleep we need, what to eat, and what type of exercise. And a life cycle rhythm suggests our stages of growth, our stages of expansion and achievement, and even the spiritual practices that we might do. So we already talked a bit about this Ayurvedic clock, and here you can just see it in a graphic format. Yeah, so in the summertime, do you ever notice that you get up a little bit earlier or go to bed a little bit later? Yeah, because the sun is out for more time. The sun is the ultimate source of prana, right? So there's a little more stimulation in the summertime too. I definitely follow that. I've been getting up a lot earlier lately. And like in winter, it's natural to sleep longer. So just knowing that, like, give yourself permission to rest more in the wintertime. Like, I definitely know people who, like, they're always go, go, go. Like, I need to work. I need to accomplish this next thing. And in the wintertime, it's the same. And then they're the ones who end up getting sick. They're the ones who catch the colds and the flu and whatever. And it's because they're out of rhythm with nature. Like, in the wintertime, it's natural to sleep more.
Bears know what's up.
Say it again?
I said bears know what's up.
Bears know what's up. It's time to hibernate in the wintertime, yeah. And so even in your yoga practice, you might not have quite as active a yoga practice. You know, just, you know, do your sun salutations or whatever, but include a restorative pose also. So that way we're in the rhythm of nature a little bit more in wintertime. In summer, that may be when you do your handstands and your, you know, like more fiery sun salutations, unless you start to feel irritable, and then maybe you back off a little bit. So there's always choices that we can make. All right. Are we good? Do we need a little break? Okay, yeah, let's take 5 minutes now, I think. It's 5 till 5, so we'll just come back at 5 o'clock. How you doing there, Lucy? Oh, you're muted.
So I'm doing okay. This is also familiar. It's just nice to hear it restated. And I was thinking about when you were talking about the Abhyanga, and coconut oil is what, for me, a lot of the times feels really good, you know?
Yeah, because you have pitta.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely have pitta with with probably a permanent Vata imbalance, but you know, but yeah, and that helps a lot. So that's cool.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Do you do Abhyanga often?
No, not a lot. I don't do it and get in the shower. I do it after the shower because I want my skin is dry and I want, at this stage of my life, so I want the oil to stay on my skin.
Yeah.
So that's usually what I do.
And the oil on your feet at night, you know, put socks on when you sleep, that can be really helpful too.
Oh, that sounds good. Sounds great.
Cool. I gotta stand up and move around for just a sec.
Yep. I want to go to the bathroom too.
Because I think it
All right.
should be more or less than like $1,000. You don't touch the flame, but you want to have a little bit more, so. I can do it. Yeah, I just gotta be precise on my money.
Yeah.
Have you been to Colorado?
But the reason why I asked you that was it changes work too, because it's hard for me.
This part is
Like, especially if I have a plan and then it changes.
I think so
like, my
too.
brain- What?
Yeah.
And they only have women's wear, or like,
Have you been outside the East Coast?
I have, but I'm gonna.
Oh, go.
Oh,
I
know my husband wears like, kind of like a bathing suit when he does yoga. Like just shorts that are lightweight, because like yoga pants for men are just not hard to find.
Yeah.
And then there's like the old school one where it's like the speedo, the diaper.
It's good look.
That's what Moses used to wear. Yeah. He kind of is like, not Buddha. There's the Chinese, like the big belly with the bald head, always laughing, like he's like that, right? Like Moses. Yes. He would wear the
Yes, he would.
the speedo diaper.
Yeah, and but he was so quick on his feet. I mean, he's so fun.
Surprising.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Unexpected.
And amazing at yoga.
Yeah, and he did a whole series on auspicious and inauspicious. That's inauspicious, this is auspicious.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, what do either of those mean? I didn't even know those words meant. This is amazing.
Yeah, he's really good.
He is,
It doesn't matter.
So is this the Moses you guys are talking about, or is this?
That is the Moses.
So I was thinking of him with like really long hair and a big boot, but he doesn't have any hair on his face.
No, he's pretty bald too.
Yeah. No, he looks,
He's like a big eye.
yeah, he looks nice.
Yeah, you just want to hug him.
Right, he looks
Seriously.
really friendly.
He could see me.
Yeah.
Made me feel better.
Yeah.
To you.
Yeah. In the last stretch, we can do it.
Yeah, you can.
Time to go.
We're in the last stretch.
We are. These are like marathon weekends, aren't they?
You're a good cheerleader. That's what I've been told.
Oh.
Everybody's back. Okay, good. All right, so we'll talk a little bit more about daily routine here, dinacharya in Sanskrit. Practicing healthy habits daily make you more likely to maintain them in the long term. So just a little bit of practice every day. There becomes less time for bad habits, and it builds momentum. Arising at the same time every day and going to bed at the same time every day assists the body's natural rhythms to achieve more restful sleep. Definitely, you know, the circadian rhythm thing, that is a thing.
Yeah.
And so if we can set good habits, then, you know, it leads to greater balance. So think of a college student. They're just fresh out of, you know, home, and they're in college, like, they're not going to bed at the same time every night. They're probably going to bed a lot later than they used to, and waking up at different times and things like that. And it's very easy to get out of balance. And so just following a simple routine, getting up and going to bed at a similar time each day.
Are you supposed to set your daily routine though based on what your dosha is, or are you just supposed to have a daily,
So that's a good question, and it's a little combination of both, really. Ayurveda recommends getting up just slightly before sunrise, because that
for everybody.
because that's the Vata time of day, and so you have that sort of push of the energy of Vata that helps you wake up and get moving and things like that. And then when you move into Kapha from 6 to 10, or sunrise to 10 a.m., that's a good time to exercise, because exercising is going to balance the heaviness of the Kapha, right? And that's basically for anyone, because we all have all of these qualities within us. So you can tweak, like for example, if you are Vata, and you would still want to wake up before sunrise and then do your exercise during the Kapha time. But if you're Vata, you might already be prone to wanting to exercise more. So you might choose a more cooling exercise, like taking a walk in the woods versus running a marathon. Kind of an extreme example, but that would be how you would manage that. Make sense?
Good question.
So I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are
That's
you
okay.
making decisions about your food and whatever because you're trying to balance your dosha, or are you making just are all the decisions to, I guess I'm trying to figure out, are all the decisions to, because you are this dosha and therefore these are the best things for you, or are you trying to make decisions to balance your dosha?
Go back to your Vikriti, your current constitution, where you said the 6 and 5 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
So then what we want to do is we want to lower those numbers to bring you back to balance.
Okay.
Right, so you would make your decisions based on lowering those numbers. So I know they're all kind of even, but you still have 5s there. If we can lower the 5 to a 4, then that would be progress as far as bringing you back into balance more. Does that help?
So can it be maybe observing how you feel?
Absolutely, observing how you feel. And I mentioned earlier, it's intuitive too. Like sometimes we don't know how we feel, and then it doesn't appear until you get sick, until you're in a state of dis-ease. But the more you practice this, the more intuitive you get, and you start to recognize when you go out of balance before it becomes a problem. Like if you don't have allergies, but in the springtime you notice more mucus, then you might choose more heating foods. You would have your chili at that point, or have something with like spicy foods, ginger or cayenne pepper or something like that. And so that'll help counter the mucus before it gets worse. Liz.
I have a question to kind of go back to what Chris was asking. So your kapha is too high. You want to do the opposite to
Yes.
bring it down?
Yes.
Okay.
Because like increases like, and opposites balance each other.
So if, let's take my example, I have a lot of imbalance. There's certain times everyone should exercise around the same time, or should it be specifically for someone where I should exercise at a certain time?
Yeah, so with a Vata imbalance, for you, like having a routine is going to be really helpful.
Okay.
So choose the time of day that works for you, and then do that same time of day
Okay.
every
But
day.
there's no specific time that would be ideal.
In general, the time to exercise would be the kapha in the morning, like between sunrise and 10 a.m. In
Okay.
general for anyone,
Yeah.
right? And then if your Vata's out of balance, just 8 o'clock every day, I'm gonna do my exercise. And I'm just trying to think what would be ideal exercise for Vata. I mean, yoga for sure, because yoga is grounding in
Yeah.
general.
Yeah.
So yoga 8 a.m. every day. Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
It's just an example. I mean, you
Sure.
can play with it a lot. But
No, that's good advice.
yeah. Other questions? Okay, where was I? All right, so getting up and going to bed around the same time every day, it's going to help you find more restful sleep. Anybody having trouble sleeping? I have been since I decided to buy a yoga studio. I am, actually. It is helping. So,
I did a couple months ago, but it was also a big life change thing, just like for you. And it'll right itself again, but, you know, because it's just, the mind is just going. And so many camps, should I, shouldn't I, shouldn't I, shouldn't I?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So often they're temporary, and when you notice it, like that's when you can make the decision. It's like, okay, I'm going to do the abhyanga on my feet. I'll rub the oil on my feet and put socks on before I go to bed, and see if that helps, you know, me sleep better. 10 p.m. if possible, going to bed, and even if it's not 10, if it's like 10:30 or 11, if you do it at the same time, then you establish that routine.
So one something will be okay just because our work schedule, I don't need to sleep until like 1 a.m.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, so then you can't really follow this daily schedule, right? So if you can then adjust to your work schedule and then go to bed at the same time, even if it's 3 a.m. or whatever time it is, if you can establish a routine of that's when I'm going to sleep, then your body does, you know, eventually get used to that too. It's tough. It's tough when you have odd hours, odd work hours. So also like anything that you could do to create more grounding, because your daily schedule is shifted based on the sun's cycle. Anything that you can do to have more grounding in your life is going to be supportive. Eating at the same times every day assists the body's digestive capacity so that you digest food, absorb nutrients, and remove wastes more efficiently. So it's the same principle as like going to sleep at the same time, getting up at the same time. If you're eating at the same time every day, your body gets ready for food. And you'll even notice, it's like, well, if I'm going to have lunch every day at 12:30, then at like 12:15, notice if your mouth starts to water. You know, so that's the digestive process beginning. And that is actually a really good signal that it's time to eat when you start to salivate. So then you know that you're ready to digest your food. And again, keeping a regular routine for that is going to be really healthy. I already mentioned between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. is a good time to have your largest meal. And then dinner would be just like a supplement. I mean, that's where the word supper comes from, because dinner is a supplement to what you already ate earlier.
So I just want to say I do that, and part of it is that I had GERD, you know, the gastric reflux for the longest time, lots of problems with it.
That's kind of Pitta and Vata, both.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm mostly Pitta with a little Vata. But, you know, when I'm teaching, leave home at 4 o'clock, don't get home till 8 on Mondays and Wednesdays, I have to eat earlier because 15 minutes between class, you really don't have. By the time that you go to the restroom, come back, you got like 8 minutes. And so I started eating at 2. Now my body has gotten used to that. And so I eat like a brunch at around 9:30, 10. And then I have at 2, 2:30-ish. Then I have my biggest meal of the day. And it's, you know, can be pretty substantial. At nighttime, maybe I have a couple pieces of fruit or some peanut butter and crackers or something like that, you know, that's not going to be sitting on my stomach. And I haven't had trouble with GERD since I've started this.
That's awesome. It's a really good example of modifying, you know, for your lifestyle.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I definitely have that too, because like on Monday nights I teach at 6:45 in the evening, and you know, on Tuesdays I teach at 7:30 in the evening. So like I have to eat dinner before teaching class, because a full stomach when you're teaching is not so great either. It's not quite as extreme as Elijah's example, but from day to day my schedule does change. But from week to week it stays the same. So there's definitely a routine in there for me, even though day to day it changes. Yeah.
And just another comment. So one thing I remember from reading too is to eat as fresh foods as you can, like 4 days away from leftovers, like.
Oh wow! I've even heard like one day, only 1 day for leftovers.
1 day, and then the other thing I remembered was that she doesn't recommend using the microwave at all. If you need to reheat something, use the stovetop. That's just like more of the little tidbits that.
Yes, they're good tips for sure. Yes.
Hard to live
Thank
though.
you.
Hard to do. Hard to do. Easy.
Yeah.
Busy lifestyle. Yeah.
It's true. We don't have a microwave at home, and so I'll heat. We have these like iron pans, and I'll just like put something in the pan and heat it on the stove. And it takes a little longer, but if it's leftovers, it's already cooked, so it only needs to be reheated. It doesn't take too long, but it was definitely a shift, because we used to have one, and we got rid of it a long time ago, but yeah, you just learn to do things differently. All right, so a daily routine, having a daily routine, whatever it might be, provides structure, and that will help reduce stress and anxiety. And stress and anxiety are the imbalance of anything? Stress and anxiety are result of an excess of which dosha? Vata. Yes, Vata. Yeah, I think I was going to say something more about that. Oh, and then there's also, like, when you have a routine, it reduces decision fatigue. Have you heard of this? Decision fatigue? It's like when there's so many choices, then the brain just kind of freezes. It's like, well, what am I going to choose? So if you have a routine, then you don't have to expend that extra mental energy to figure out what you're going to do. All right, so here are some suggested practices for the morning. Wake up early, preferably at or maybe slightly before sunrise. Not always, but it's an option. Scrape your tongue. Does anybody do this?
Yes.
All the time.
Yes. I recently started it. I used a lot of bloating I used to have. Yeah, I got rid of it.
That's awesome. That's really neat to hear.
Yeah.
So I brought an example of a tongue scraper here. This came from Ayurveda. And this is not actually the one that I use. The one that I use is a little bit thicker. But you can see, for folks at home, you can see, you just like open your mouth and stick out your tongue, and then you just scrape it off, and then it goes into the sink. You push it away from you. So what happens is...
How many times do you have to scrape?
I mean,
like 3 or 4.
not till you bleed. Lucy's talked about that before. Do not scrape until you bleed. Just like 3 or 4 times, or, until whatever coating on your tongue clears off.
Okay.
And we don't have time to go into ama today. But when food doesn't digest fully, then it turns into ama, which is like waste products that your body's not using. And so we get rid of ama by peeing or pooping, or sweating, or the coating on your tongue. So if you scrape your tongue, then you're getting rid of those toxins, the waste products that your body's not able to use. It is great. It cleans your breath. If you tend towards bad breath, sometimes it'll help clear that up for sure. And it brings clarity too, I also think.
Is that before or after you brush your teeth for a second?
I scrape my tongue before brushing my teeth.
It says on slide 20, page 7, it says scrape your teeth and then scrape your tongue, brush your teeth.
In that order, yes. Yeah.
I used to do the reverse, like I would brush my scrape.
It probably doesn't matter that much. If you're scraping your tongue, then good for you. Yeah. It probably doesn't matter that much. I just was taught to scrape my tongue first, so that's why I do it that way. But either way, as long as you're not like eating food before you do that, you want to like clear out your mouth before you take in new food, because then you're just like swallowing the ama back into your system. Who knows what a neti pot is? Wow! I think you're like the highest proportion of any class I've ever asked that to.
I love it.
So it's little Aladdin's, thing here. So
Like a squeezy, like
bottle. That's the new way to do it. I'll talk about that in just a second. So this is sort of the old way, right? Anybody ever used the neti pot?
Every day.
Not that version.
Yeah. Okay.
When I get allergy season towards the end.
Yeah, COVID season.
Yeah.
It's a good time to do it. I was doing it a lot then too. So you put some water in here, about 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and then just stir it up, so it's salt water. And then you like lean over the sink. When you're using this, you want to keep your head kind of high, and then it perfectly fits into one nostril, and then nice and graphic for you. And then you like pour the water through, it goes through your sinuses and out the other nostril, and it drains out. It clears out the mucus, so the excess kapha. It clears out like all of the germs and stuff that get stuck on the little hairs inside your nose.
Yeah, it's
Puts me in a
awesome.
good mood.
It puts me too. It's like it's mentally clearing as well as a sinus clearing.
Good. I'm glad you feel that. I totally agree with you. So I didn't bring my squeeze bottle, but I actually started. It was hard for me to transition from one of these to a little squeeze bottle. You can get them on Amazon or whatever.
Really?
It holds the same amount of water, and still you put a 1/4 teaspoon of salt in it.
What is it, rubber? Like a rubber ball?
It's just a little bottle that you can squeeze.
Okay.
Right? So then the thing goes in one nostril and you just squeeze and it goes right up and down. And it took me a while to like make the switch because I was like, ooh, that's gross and it's gonna like squeeze in my brain or something. But it doesn't, I promise you. And I find it actually works better than
I was
this.
gonna ask you which one you prefer.
Yeah, I like the squeeze bottle.
Which nostril are you supposed to do?
You do both. So you do like half through one and then you switch and do half through the other.
Does it matter which one you start with? No.
I don't think so. I mean, you know, there are different energies to each of the nostrils, but this is more like physical body, so I don't think it
If
matters.
you do both sides, that's helpful.
Yes.
But sometimes if one side of your, sinus cavity feels like it's really full,
Mhm.
I usually start there, but I make sure I get both sides so it's not stuck anywhere.
Yeah, that's good. You just do like half and half.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have heard that you go with the nostril that's open. You know, the nostril dominance changes about every 90 minutes or so. So I've heard that you should go with the one that's open first because it's more open. And so, you'll get that flowing through. Then you can go to the side that's not as open. That was from Matthew Remski, an Ayurvedic course I took. some
That
time
makes
ago.
sense.
That's good. If there's a reason,
There you go.
we'll take it.
Yeah. All right. And so after you do the neti pot with the salt water, then you want to put a little nasya oil into the nostrils so that way they don't dry out. So Banyan Botanicals, I mentioned already, they sell a little it's a little bottle that you can have the eyedropper with the oil. And what you would do is just squeeze like a couple drops of the oil into your hand and then take your pinky, get it all oiled, and then just go for it. Dig around in there. No, not really. You just want to get a little oil. Or what you could also do is just sort of lean back and like drip it into your nose there. In general, like you want to make sure the water is out first before you put the oil in. But it is helpful to add the oil because it's just moisturizing.
Is there any guidelines about oil pulling, like with your mouth, like coconut oil?
Oh yeah. So coconut oil is the one that I generally have heard of. That's the one that I use, the coconut oil. Did I put that in here? I didn't put that on the list. So oil pulling, you would also do in the morning before you eat anything, like after you brush your teeth. So that's just basically, I would use coconut oil. And you just put like a tablespoon in your mouth, maybe even not quite that much. And you just gargle. You would use it the way you would use mouthwash. And if you gargle with the oil, what it actually does is it pulls the mucus out of the sinuses and then you spit it out. And in general, you don't want to spit it down the drain, right? Because that can clog your drain. Spit it in the trash or spit it outside or something like that. But you want to gargle with the coconut oil for like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was gonna take a while, like 15 minutes.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll take it like right before I get in the shower, and then like do the gargle in the shower, and then when I get out, I'll spit it out. And you can feel like it drains the sinuses.
Isn't it supposed to be good for your teeth too?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Those are
coconut
bacteria.
oil actually whitens your teeth and it removes like bacteria and stuff.
Yeah.
So people who have the gapping, the pockets in the gums, like gum disease, it can help relieve that. Yeah.
So it's supposed to be after you brush your teeth instead of before?
That's how I was taught. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Does Matthew Rimsky say anything different? You're muted. You're muted, Lucy.
I don't remember what the order was that he said to do that in. If I haven't done it much, but if I do, I tend to do it before I brush my teeth, only because I have sensitive teeth and I use a sensitive toothpaste. So, I would do the oil pulling first then use my sensitive toothpaste to, help seal the teeth because I've got tooth sensitivity. But that's a practical way that I would do it. I don't do it that much, but if I do, I do it then. And when I was having trouble with the root canal, before the root canal, that was something that I wished I had thought about doing more, because I think that would have helped, because I had an infection in there that was going into my sinuses. So the oil pulling probably could have helped that a lot.
Possibly, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
So it probably doesn't matter too much. I mean, just if you're doing it, that's a good thing. Yeah.
And what's that person's name, Matthew Redsky?
Remski, R-E-M-S-K-I. He is an Ayurvedic practitioner who will do privates with you.
Yeah. I've had a couple of privates with him, and I actually studied with him and had a couple of privates with him. He's really quite good. Plus, he's written something called Threads of the Yoga Sutra, where he's taken, I mean, I like that too, but it's pretty heavy. But what he's done is taken the Yoga Sutra and brought it into modern times. So if you're interested in his take on the Yoga Sutra, and he's very philosophical, he's also written a lot about the problems with yoga gurus who do bad things. So he's sort of an activist against some of the things that have happened in yoga. You can find him on Facebook, and he's written several books. So
Yeah.
Thanks.
Remy will also meet privately with people as well. So. All right, so after you brush your teeth and scrape your tongue and do your oil pulling, if you're doing that as well, then drinking 1 to 2 cups of warm to hot water, like tea, water hot, with some lemon, a squeeze of lemon in it, or if you have high pitta, you could use lime instead, is a great way to stimulate your digestive system, the GI tract, to get it ready to take in food. Because just like, waking up and then taking in something that's going to be a challenge to digest, it's just hard on the system. So if we drink a little bit of water first, and especially with a squeeze of lemon or lime, that'll, they say it'll help create like an alkaline effect in the body and just stimulate the gastrointestinal tract. So doing that before you eat something to prepare your body to take food. And you said Remy recommended that for you too.
Yeah, and I also add cayenne.
Oh yeah, cayenne.
A shake of cayenne, and that wakes up your respiratory system.
Okay. Cool. If you're high pitta, I don't think we would do the cayenne. But I mean, if it works for you, then.
well, and don't you think like I high pitta, but man, I love hot spicy stuff. And even in my the fruit smoothie I make in the morning, if I'm not going to have I'll do fruit smoothie with chia and all sorts of seeds in it, but I'll put a dash of fresh pepper and a dash of salt, because then I take the turmeric paste or powder or pills for anti-inflammatory, and you need pepper to activate that. So I've gotten in the habit of doing it. So I think that doesn't upset I know that doesn't upset my system. So I think a dash of cayenne, probably like a dash of many things, is okay. It's when you go in excess, don't you think, that it becomes an issue?
Yeah. Thank you. So Ayurveda strives for being able to urinate and eliminate bowels daily and in the morning if possible. And as an experiment for yourself, make sure you're hydrated. If you're having trouble eliminating bowels, make sure that you're drinking enough water and go to bed by 10 p.m. So that way the evening pitta can do its business, and can do its work, and see if that makes a difference in clearing out the GI tract in the morning. So just something to consider. In Ayurveda, have you ever seen the chart? I forget the name of it, but not to get too graphic, but it shows like the different images of the different types of poop, and like whether you're more constipated or leaning in the other direction. So just something to inform what's going on in your body.
Banyan has that. You can go onto Banyan Botanicals, at least that's where I found it before, and they have the poop chart.
Yeah.
How much water is recommended in Ayurveda a day?
So I think it's like the general rule of half of your body's weight in ounces, but if you're more active, you'll need more. So that's what I've heard.
So minimum of half.
Yeah, minimum of half. So like if you weigh 150 pounds, you would want 75 ounces of water per day, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, so then if you can meditate for at least 10 minutes, that helps to bring everything back into balance in general. Exercise for 20 minutes, and that could be any kind of exercise depending on your dosha. So yoga or walking are great activities, especially getting out in the morning sunlight. If you tend towards depression, being out in the morning sun can be really helpful for that. So something to be aware of. Eat a light breakfast like juice, fruit, nuts, herbal tea, or if you're more hungry, hot cereal. And over time too, you might find that you might not be quite as hungry early in the morning as well. All right.
When you say hot cereal, do you mean oatmeal or like there's something different?
Yeah, oatmeal is great. Oatmeal has more of a kapha quality to it. It's more earthy and dense. You can make cereal out of different grains, like millet, for example, is going to be better if you have high kapha. Quinoa as well, it doesn't have quite as good a taste. Bulgur, I think that's more wheat, right? So that's going to be heavier. Yeah, like millet or quinoa is going to be a lighter grain. Rice, you can have rice for breakfast.
Yeah, like a rice sort of pudding-y sort of thing.
Yeah, I've done that before. So like if you cook it with a little bit of milk or something, and then some cinnamon and cardamom in it, that'll give it some good flavor.
So what about coffee?
Coffee? Yeah, so it's caffeine, so that's going to increase vata. I mean, if you really want coffee, you can balance it like with cream. Cream is going to be heavier, so it's going to help balance the vata quality to it.
It's like I already knew.
Say it again?
It's like I already knew.
Like you already knew? Yeah. Honey is a good sweetener for coffee or for tea because it'll help balance the qualities as well. And because sometimes the caffeine can be like sharp on your stomach, and honey will help calm that if you need sweetener. Raw honey, better than processed.
There's local honey too. There's
Raw
some
local.
Flowers and ingredients.
Yes. Yeah. It's so true. All right. So we'll move to like afternoon and evening practices. So we already said this, make lunch your main meal, don't rush, eat in a relaxing atmosphere and taste your food. So a great mantra is eat, taste, heal. So we're not like rushing or watching TV. That I'm totally guilty of like watching TV while I eat. So just do your best to eat in a relaxing atmosphere and really take the time to taste your food, because like I said earlier, like tasting is the first part of digestion. So it prepares your body to digest what's coming into it based on the taste. And Ayurveda goes into a whole thing. There are 6 different tastes. See if I can remember them right offhand. Sweet and sour and salty. Those are more building qualities. And then we've got bitter and pungent and astringent, and those are more like expansive qualities. So those tastes are also related to the 5 elements of nature in different proportions. And so based on taste, you can cultivate balance that way too. We definitely don't have time to talk about that today, but it's really interesting to go into that as well, the 6 tastes. Treat yourself and those you encounter with kindness. I think about that every time I'm driving on the road. Do not overwork. Resist rushing and worrying. If you can, end your workday at 6 p.m., but we all know that's not available to everybody. So just keep your routine if you can't end your workday then. But try to avoid overwork, like work as much as you can and then take a rest, take a break. Let dinner be a light meal, preferably at or around sunset, but not too late at night, because the sun again has that energy of fire, right? The digestive energy. So if you eat when the sun is still up, even if it's low to the ground, that's going to support your digestion more than, say, if you're eating in the middle of the night. After dinner, take a short walk and engage in activities that you enjoy. Be with the people that you love and do things that are fun. If possible, this is another one I'm guilty of, turn off technology an hour before bedtime and then feed your spirit with restorative yoga or meditation, time with your family, or reading uplifting books to end your day. You'll get much better rest if
I
you do
noticed that
that.
when I cut my phone off, my anxiety goes down. I just realized that.
Isn't that interesting?
I'm just like, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
anxious. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, like the phone will stimulate Vata for sure, and Vata is what leads to anxiety. So yeah, I mean you can.
On the internet too much.
Yeah, same. You can do a cleanse with food, but you can also do a technology cleanse. You know, and just like say at 9 o'clock, I'm gonna put my phone away. See how your sleep is after you do that. Yeah. All right, and then go to bed by 10 p.m. It can be a little later in the summer when days are longer. And these are all suggestions, right? It's like not hard and fast rules, but they're definitely suggestions to see if it helps you feel better. I mean, the whole point is to bring your life back into balance. All right. And when life is in balance, then we get ojas. Ojas is kind of it's the product of living in balance. And ojas is considered the juice of life. The Sanskrit word ojas means vigor. So vigor is like all those things we want, you know, like enough energy to do what we want to do and enthusiasm to show up for life. So cultivating ojas is really the benefit of, it's the reward for living a life in balance, eating a healthy diet as well. Ojas directly affects physical, mental, and spiritual life. On the physical level, when we have good ojas, when we have enough ojas, we feel fit. We have balanced energy throughout the day. There's no like crash, in the afternoon, for example. On the mental level, when we have a nice amount of ojas, we have a sense of peace and calm. We're less prone to anxiety or strong emotion, reacting. We're less prone to reacting. And we're able to respond to situations as opposed to being more impulsive. On the spiritual level, having ojas means that meditation comes naturally. It's easy to sit down, and when it's time to meditate, we want to sit down and meditate. One is inspired to love others and has the courage to stand up against injustice as well. So this, like when we hear the term like filling your own cup, we're filling with ojas. This is like the stuff of life that makes life sweet. Ojas happens to be the subtle essence of kapha dosha. So the earthy, watery qualities on the subtle level become ojas. And ojas arises when all of the tissues and the layers of the mind are nourished and functioning well. We have the 5 layers of the mind, the 5 koshas, and then in Ayurveda we talk about 7 different tissues. The Sanskrit word is dhatus, and it starts with like the white blood cells, like the lymph, and then the red blood cells, and then it moves to deeper and deeper tissues until we get to reproductive tissue, which is the most concentrated of the life force, right? So we talk about that in Ayurveda immersion as well, but just know that there are 7 different tissues, and when we live a balanced life, then we clarify those tissues, and ojas really arises there. When we have a good store of ojas, it brings feelings of lightness and balance and happiness, creativity, expressiveness, and even spontaneous joy. So having dreams about deserts and cactuses on fire, that is not ojas, right? The water dreams are going to have more ojas to them. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So you could consider ojas the higher octave of kapha dosha. And then the other doshas have higher octaves as well. So like for pitta, the subtle essence of pitta is called tejas, Tejas. Have we talked about this word yet? we talk about it some in yoga. Tejas means radiance. So like when your skin glows, after yoga class and you have that glow from yoga, you've cultivated the subtle essence of pitta. Like you've moved, you've pushed yourself a little bit in balance, and that brings the radiance of tejas. And then the subtle essence of vata is called prana. Prana, there's a lot of like different forms of prana, but the subtle essence of vata is prana. It's the vital life force that helps us do all the things that we want to do in life. All right, so ojas is the subtle essence of kapha. There are ways that we can increase ojas, there are ways that we can diminish ojas. So some practices that would diminish ojas would be continued high levels of stress. Having fear and anxiety will diminish ojas. Feelings of hatred and anger will diminish ojas. Not respecting yourself, that's an interesting one. That will diminish ojas. So like knowing your own boundaries and then keeping those boundaries would be an example of respecting yourself or not respecting yourself. Overwork is going to reduce ojas. Abusing drugs and alcohol will diminish ojas. Sleeping too little or too much, so in excess, one or the other. Like we need sleep, but we need the right amount of sleep, not too much and not too little. Excessive hunger or the lack of eating, right? Fasting. Excessive hunger or excessive fasting. Either one is going to diminish ojas as well. And then excessive sex is another one that will also diminish ojas. And then to increase ojas, laughing and smiling, taking time to relax, meditating regularly, spending time in nature, exercising your creativity, like using your gifts, for creative endeavors. Offer your gifts to others. It's like the generosity of your time, generosity of spirit. A parivrtta. Following your heart's passion, like doing what you love to do, and simply engaging in physical activity, not to excess, will also help increase ojas. So which way would you rather live? In the way that increases ojas sounds a lot nicer to me, for sure.
Me too.
And so you can see it's not just the foods you eat, but the lifestyle that you choose that is going to help cultivate balance and that will determine your health. All right. Oh, we're doing good here. So I just gave you a little list of some foods to know and love, and then some herbs to know and love as well. So you can read through these on your own, but I'll just mention a few. Of course, almonds and basmati rice and coconut and curry. But I have ghee circled here. Anybody ever cook with ghee or use ghee?
Yeah.
I wish I did more.
It is. It's really prominent in Indian cooking, where Ayurveda started, and it's just clarified butter. And Lucy got me to start making my own ghee, and I'm so happy because it's not hard.
It's not hard at all, and it tastes so good. Plus, it's real. You know where it's coming from. It's real butter, organic butter, and I like mine salted. Not everybody does, so I can make my own ghee. It doesn't take any time at all, and it's just like so good. And then when you're left over with the cheesecloths after you drain it, you can take that cheesecloth and you can rub it in a little bit of maple syrup or honey, and then like suck on it, and it's really good.
Oh, but you're not supposed to eat the solids.
I know, but I'm just saying, if you're really bad, you could do that.
Okay. It sounds really good, but
okay. But making your own ghee is so simple, and it's just the best way.
yeah, I was really intimidated to do it, and finally Lucy convinced me, just do it,
Yeah.
And in the Ayurveda immersion, Remy definitely shows you how to do that, and I have the recipe. I'm happy to share it with anybody. You just have to make sure that you heat the butter for long enough, because if you don't, which I did not do once, if you don't heat it for long enough, then it doesn't keep. Like ghee doesn't need to be refrigerated. It's clarified so much that you don't have to refrigerate it, and it keeps for months, not forever, but for months. And if you don't heat it for long enough, then it didn't keep for me.
Right. That's right. That's right.
So if anyone wants the recipe, just let me know. I'll send it.
Yeah.
So in
Can you upload it for us?
Yeah, I will. I will.
Thanks.
Wait, where are you
Is that what
going?
you were saying? I'll send
No,
it.
I just wanted to say something about like this is my Indian master I follow so much. So when he says something I take it to heart. So he says like there's a specialty in India, 500-year-old ghee. Yeah.
500 years old?
Yeah, so they bury it on the ground and it stays for so long.
And then people eat it after that.
And it's medicinal. And it says that taking ghee on an empty stomach and definitely you just take like a teaspoon or tablespoon of ghee, it cleanses the colon, so you can never really have anything stuck in the colon. Yeah, so it helps and it can prevent you, though you know cancer can be prevented, but it can help to prevent you from having colon cancer because nothing can stick in the colon.
Interesting. That is part of some of the Ayurvedic cleanses too. You oleate, so you take a little ghee, in the morning before you eat food. I think you were gonna say something too, Nathaniel?
I forgot what I was probably.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's okay. That was really good information. I actually have no idea.
The other thing about ghee too, when you cook like herbs in the ghee, it helps take the nutrients from the herbs deeper into your system. It helps you absorb the nutrients better too. Do you have a hand?
Question, like, would there be a good alternative to ghee that's not an animal product?
Yeah, that's vegan. Not that I've heard of. I mean, like coconut oil could be something, but it doesn't have the same quality as ghee.
And nothing that's like meant to emulate it, that's not including animal products, there's no way it gets even close to as healthy, because there's processed stuff in it that sort of defeats the purpose, honestly. But so it's kind of difficult to say.
Yeah, that's the tough thing too. Like some vegan foods are really highly processed. I mean, coconut oil obviously is not, but the more processed the food, the more energy it takes to digest. So that didn't really have anything to do with that, but okay. So I mentioned ghee, and I circled honey as well. Just make sure that it's raw honey, and if it's local, all the better. Honey is an expectorant and a laxative and a tonic and a rejuvenative. So there are great qualities of honey. If you are kapha and you have a sweet tooth, which often goes hand in hand, honey is really the best sweetener for kapha, and it can actually aid in weight reduction. David Frawley he's written several books, and some of them are on Ayurveda, and so he mentions that one. So a tip about honey is to never eat it cooked, because when you cook the honey, it immediately turns into that ama I mentioned before, the sort of toxic kind of product that the body can't digest. Toxic because your body doesn't digest it. Not like it's poison, but in a way, it's like a subtle poison.
So if it dissolves into like hot drink, it's okay though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not cooked.
Okay.
Like putting it in a baked good, like in a cake or something.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah, if it just dissolves in hot water, that's not
Yeah.
taken over the boiling point or anything.
Got it.
So then khichdi, we mentioned this one as far as like an Ayurvedic cleanse. Khichdi is a combination of mung beans, which are the little, like when they take the skin off, they're green with the skin on, but when you take the skin off, they're yellow. They're little tiny beans, and basmati rice, and spices like ginger and cumin and coriander and fennel and others. Fenugreek is a good one. Khichdi is excellent for detoxing, and there are actually many different recipes because you can put the herbs in different combinations, herbs and spices in different combinations in your khichdi, but it's basically mung beans and rice, and it often has ghee in it also. So
If you do one of Rimi's workshops, she will give you a jar with her special recipe and all the ingredients for one.
yeah, that's a great
One
way to get
serving.
started. It's like a khichdi kit, and you have everything that you need.
I still have the recipe.
So
You can share it when my kitchen gets back to normal.
okay, yeah, that would be great.
Can khichdi be binding?
Be what?
Binding, like.
Binding.
Yeah, can it
So,
be sort of kapha-esque?
No,
No? Okay.
well, it has so
It's
many.
made raw.
you go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then-
khichdi has so many spices that are for digestion. It's not going to do that.
Okay.
But I will say, long grain basmati rice can be constipating by itself.
Right.
If you put ghee or spices with it, then usually it's fine.
Okay. The reason I asked was because like 5 or 6 years ago, my mother used to go to a lot of running classes, and she got that. And she would make kitchery at home, but it didn't have the property that you were saying it had. It was sort of kapha-ish. So I wonder what she was missing with that made that not.
Maybe some combination of the spices or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I had Remy kitchery just a few weeks ago when she brought some in. Because I love her kitchery, and she cooks good kitchery.
Yeah, Remy cooks good
She
everything.
cooks good everything, and she brought me some a couple of weeks ago. And I thought, oh my God, the woman just can cook like a champ. If you ever get a chance to experience Remy's cooking, do it, because it's wonderful. Every single thing she does. Sorry, just shades of kitchery.
No problem. All right, so we'll look at a few herbs too, and definitely read through the whole list. I only talked about a few, but read through the whole list because they can all be helpful. And then as far as herbs, got a bunch listed here as well. I've talked a few times today about coriander, cumin, and fennel, CCF. You can make a tea out of these seeds, CCFT, and that is actually very good for digestion. And coriander. Yes, CCF. Well, I'm just starting with these three up here: coriander, cumin, and fennel, because you can make a tea out of those 3 seeds, and it's really good for digestion. And what we do at home also is I take those 3 seeds and then just grind them, in a mortar and pestle, and then just keep them in a little jar. So if I'm eating a food that might be a little out of balance for my Vicar tea at the moment, just sprinkle a little of those on there, and it'll encourage good digestion. So it's like a spice mix that you can use. So coriander, everybody knows coriander is the seed of the cilantro plant, right? So coriander stimulates digestion. It can help reduce allergy symptoms, and it's also diuretic, and it's really good for pitta. Cumin will stimulate Agni, and Agni is the digestive fire, and it eliminates ama, the waste products that your body is not able to digest. And cumin can also help relieve congestion. And then fennel stimulates the digestive fire without increasing pitta. Cumin's a little hotter, fennel's a little cooler. So fennel just improves digestion. It can relieve bloating. And what some people will do, especially Vata people, if you tend towards bloating and discomfort after eating, roast some of the fennel seeds and then take like a teaspoon of the roasted fennel seeds. It tastes really good. And it has a little bit of a sweet quality, so you feel like you're done eating, right? Because, often, like, we have dessert after we eat because the sweet taste puts the sort of fini on that, the ending on that. So roasting some fennel seeds and then taking a teaspoon of fennel seeds can be a good way to finish a meal, especially if you tend towards bloating, for example. Ginger is a great one. Lately, I've just been like slicing up fresh ginger root and putting it in some water and just boiling it for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes to make ginger tea. It's so good for digestion. It can relieve constipation also. It reduces ama, and it's anti-inflammatory. It can reduce inflammation too. If you tend towards joint pain, ginger tea would be a good one. And turmeric the same way. Turmeric is also anti-inflammatory. Turmeric is a little more of a stimulant, and it's astringent. So turmeric will be really good for kapha because astringent is more drying. Turmeric is considered anti-tumor and antibiotic. It's good for the skin and the complexion, anti-inflammatory I mentioned. So turmeric in general just promotes healing. And I will say that, as Lucy mentioned earlier, if you're taking turmeric, it's good to have just a little bit of black pepper with it also, because the black pepper helps the turmeric to do its work. So turmeric straight is okay, but turmeric with a little black pepper is definitely going to be much more helpful.
I've also read that making sure you have it with a fat source too. Fat, turmeric, and black pepper.
Yeah.
It's supposed to make it more, like, have ever many more times bioavailable to your body.
Yeah, that makes sense, because like the ghee would be a carrier, right?
Yeah.
And that's a fat source. So the ghee helps take the turmeric and the black pepper into the onion oil. Yeah, or any fat source. Oil would also work.
Also like I don't know if you've ever had like a golden milk.
Yes.
That
Oh.
place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for golden milk too, you can just mix up all of the, it has turmeric in it, and then you can mix up whatever other spices you want to add. And then, so that way you have like the spice mix, and then all you do is like warm up your milk, could be dairy milk or another milk, and then just put like a teaspoon of the spice mix in. And you have it already, like the spices are all ready to go, so it's really easy to make your golden milk that way. And having that at night is so good, like after dinner is so good to support digestion and good sleep as well. I'm gonna share some recipes. I have a golden milk recipe too. I'm gonna write these down so I don't forget. So, ghee and golden milk
And kitchery.
and kitchery. I think Bridget's gonna share
I'll
her.
share it once I get.
Okay, cool.
I have a good kitchery recipe I can share as well.
You have a good fennel pesto recipe too, which is awesome.
Fennel pesto. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's got fennel and cilantro. It's fennel cilantro
Yeah.
pesto.
It's good for pitta, and I love it. You know, that's an excellent one for cooling down.
Yeah, for pitta and also for kapha. Like it's really great to eat in the springtime to help bring down the excess congestion and stuff.
That's another. I mean, that's a good one. That's really good.
All right, I'll put that one in there too.
All right, baby.
Wow, this is fun.
This is fun.
I can't wait to try some.
I really like that. I really like it.
I will.
Yeah. All right.
We're gonna do an immersion.
Cool. That'll be great. The way we started doing it, Debbie and I used to do the Ayurveda immersion, but we started with Rimi a couple of years ago. And so on Sunday, we go to Rimi's house and she cooks for you and you get like a little cooking lesson. It's really amazing. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. If you're interested in Ayurveda, you should study with those two. That's all I'm saying. Okay. It's really good.
It's fun. It's really
Yeah.
fun.
It's fun. It's good. You'll learn so much and you'll feel better.
Yeah. All right, so we'll sum it up here. Ayurveda doesn't say no, it says how. Like instead of no sweets, it tells you like how to balance the sweets with your constitution. Ayurveda is a holistic healthcare system based on the 5 elements that comprise all of creation. So not saying that Western medicine is not important, because it is. We definitely need Western medicine too, but with Ayurveda, it helps you find that balance and maybe staves off the doctor a little bit longer. Ayurveda suggests you live in harmony with daily, seasonal, and life cycle rhythms through awareness of the rhythms of nature and yourself and your dosha, your constitution. Knowing your dosha, both your innate prakriti and your current vikriti, will help you to understand your basic physical and psychological nature so that you can make informed decisions. And again, the principle is like increases like and opposites balance. Ayurveda is a science and a philosophy that reflects a deep understanding of the universe, the macrocosm, of which we are a reflection, the microcosm. So that is our summary. And then I gave you a little book list, which I actually want to add a book to this. And that book is called Everyday Ayurveda. Everyday Ayurveda from Kate McDonnell, McDonnell. Might be 2 L's, but anyway, Everyday Ayurveda, it's like a cookbook. It's got
You
a
had
bunch
that
of-
on there, don't you, with Kate O'Donnell?
Oh, I changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I have printed out doesn't actually have that on there. Yeah, so that's this one, the Everyday Ayurveda cookbook. Sorry.
That's all right.
what's your first name? It's Kate.
Kate. It's right here. It's on your list.
It's not on our list. Funny. It's on your slide.
I updated the slide and then I didn't update.
Okay, no.
Yeah. Okay. So add this one in, Everyday Ayurveda.
Okay.
That's a good one too. Good books.
Yeah, if you're interested in cooking more. And the recipes are a little more accessible. Like sometimes in Ayurvedic cookbooks, there's a ton of ingredients. And
hers
then
aren't
it's
so
like
bad?
overwhelming.
Hers are better?
Hers are better.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say they're great. There's
Okay.
a lot of ingredients, but it's, I think, more accessible.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's another one I have too. They do like, it's mostly goddess bowls. And they tell you the different things to just add to the bowl. It could be basil, garlic, sweet potatoes, squash,
rice. And then they'll do one for like Mexican goddess bowl, Greek goddess bowl. So
Oh, that's
I'll bring
cool.
that in.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, can you share that or maybe like in
Sure.
the chat too?
Sure, yeah, or, yeah, upload it. Can you upload it or send it? I'll share with
Right?
Okay.
I'm gonna stop sharing.
Woo! Awesome stuff,
Yeah.
but a lot of it.
Yeah, it was a lot for sure. You guys wanna do 5 minutes of Shavasana?
Yeah.
We'll do
yes,
5
I do.
minutes of Shavasana. It's really good, I think, to just
Yeah.
sort of process
Yeah, I do
everything
too.
that we talked about. So
Yeah.
if you need to move your mat away from the wall a little bit, you can do that. I'll get this mat out of the way. We'll do just like 5 minutes of deep relaxation. And then I still get out a little bit for 5 minutes. Do you need to go to the follow-up?
I'm going back to the reggae festival.
Okay.
Bye, Michael.
Bye-bye.
See you next month.
Uh-huh. Somebody.
Oh, that goes plugged into the wall. I can handle it. Just leave it right
Okay.
there. Yeah, thank you. So do what you need to do to make yourself comfortable. Any last little movements or adjustments? If the feet are a little wider than hip distance, that can help to settle and relax a bit. Place your arms where they're comfortable, probably a few inches away from the sides of the body. And give yourself permission to relax fully. gradually bring some small movements back to the body through fingers and toes and wrists and ankles. Some larger movements as well through arms and legs. Make any little movements that would be just right for your body in this moment. And then take your time as you bend your legs and roll to your right side or the side that's comfortable for you. And take a few breaths on your side. Just reorienting. And after a few breaths on your side, use both arms for support. Gently press your way back up to a comfortable upright seat. You take your good seat. You can bring palms together, hands to your heart center. Again, we'll just offer a little gratitude for these teachings, for so many sages and saints who have gone before us and shared their knowledge with us so that we can learn and live well. Asana Om one time. We'll inhale fully. The light of conscious awareness within me creates that very same radiant light in you. Namaste. Namaste. Greet your fellow. Namaste. Namaste. Namaste, everyone. That was good. Namaste, Lucy.
Namaste, Lucy.
Namaste. Namaste, Lucy.
Thank you so much for reorienting. It was so much nicer to see some people. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it.
Lucy, it's not, she usually says namaste.